Alrighty, guys. Good morning. Good. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning so far. Happy fucking Sunday. Hope you guys are having a good day. Yeah, good. Oh, yeah. Morning, Slane. Tonight, guys, we're going to be doing more Cyberpunk. See where things go. We are in the tower currently attending a ball, I guess you could say. Party, ball. That's essentially a ball for rich people. Righty. Let's get into the podcast here, guys. Otherwise, nothing really super interesting going on. We saw Sungmi. She turns out to be basically a cyborg. For some reason, is not having chrome sickness or whatever it's called and killing everyone, but... Not sure exactly how they got around that. Alrighty. See what's going on. For cyborg capacity, if you actually go into the tech tree, guys, you don't have to worry about cyborg capacity like at all. Like, it's still a game mechanic, but like you aren't really. I'm pretty sure you're gonna hit max cyborg capacity by endgame, or by 60, or I will at least. Alrighty. Mod scene for Cyberpunk is basically done already, as opposed to Starfield, which is constantly evolving. As such, there really isn't a whole lot that changes on a day-to-day. Gonna be doing side quests too. We're doing them as they unlock for us, guys. Fixes the persistent relic glitches introduced in G 2.0. Yep. Able finisher ragdolls. Yeah, so they fall into vehicles? Okay. Does it for you guys. Right. Let's take a look at the tube, guys, see what's going on there, maybe watch a video or two, and then go from there. Oh my god, A Tale of Two Snow Whites. Oh, this should be good. I did say I wanted to watch the 14K benchmarks, because it looks like they're actually pretty terrible. We're going to take a look at this, though.
One of the simplest
Yeah,
rules
for me,
of
critical
business
drinker.
is that if you don't give your customers what they want, then sooner or later someone else will. And that, my friend, is when you go out of business. Such is the case with Snow White and the 7 diverse,
Unless you're too big to
non-specific
fail, which
vertically
is
challenged creatures. A movie
yeah,
that somehow
monstrosity.
managed to combine all the worst aspects of modern movie making with an actress who embodies all the worst aspects of modern actors.
Weird. It's no longer 1937.
All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby.
And believe me, that's saying something.
Nobody had ever put a woman in the lead of an action movie.
In short,
I'm surprised by the way they didn't go with aliens. Like one of the most iconic strong women in like modern movies, with Ripley. But, you know, I guess Princess Leia works too.
Tale, or even the 1937 animated movie, the exact opposite of what they wanted. And the result has been an audience backlash on a scale never before seen. Even The Little Mermaid never came close to the thermonuclear level of hatred that engulfed Snow White. But, like I say, for every failing company that's too stupid or too arrogant to give their customers what they actually want,
I don't know what Disney's doing anymore.
Waiting to swoop in and take the crown.
I don't. It's like it's owned by completely different people than it was like a decade ago.
Outlet that started dabbling in film and TV production over the past couple of years. And while they haven't exactly rocked the world of entertainment to its core,
like the kids took over or something, and they don't give two shits about the company. I'm not sure.
Decent films on a fraction
Fucking
of the
Disney's
cost of
weird.
Hollywood's. And the other day, they dropped their first teaser trailer for Snow White and the Evil Queen, something that I honestly thought was a piss take at first. But nope, it's a legit movie that's actually getting made and released next year under their kids' production company Bentkey, starring Brett Cooper as Snow White, which confused the hell out of me because I always assumed that Brett Cooper was a man. And damn man, right off the bat you can tell they're happily taking pot shots at Disney with this one. The reveal of Cooper as Snow White is left until the final seconds of the teaser, and it's played with such a triumphant flourish that it might as well be accompanied by the caption, "See, this is how it's supposed to be done." I mean, clearly the whole thing was slapped together pretty quickly to take advantage of the momentum around Snow White, probably on a small budget, so it looks more like a skit from SNL than a major Hollywood movie. Then again, based on the pictures we've seen from the set, the Disney version doesn't exactly justify its $200 million price tag either, so who the hell knows? You can tell that they've gone out of their way not to put a modern spin on the classic story, not to subvert the audience's expectations, and not to use the movie
child
as an excuse
company?
to insert 21st century Californian ideology into a story written hundreds of years ago. And whether or not you agree with that idea, one thing you can't deny is that there's definitely a market for films like this, a growing market that's become increasingly alienated from modern entertainment and want nothing more complicated than to forget their troubles and lose themselves in a bit of escapism for an hour or two. Not much to ask, really.
People just
but
want
it's
life to
something
be
that
life.
Hollywood's been increasingly reluctant to give. You know, it's actually a pretty damning indictment of where we are as a culture that a movie that dares to just tell a conventionally heroic story that's faithful to the source material is now considered some crazy revolutionary outlier, but there you go. Truly, we live in clown worlds. The same principle of being humble and respectful to the source material even filters through to the main actress when she was speaking about her role. Quote, "I was raised on the original Grimm's fairy tales, so I'm thrilled that we're bringing this iconic story to life for the next generation. Snow White is such a beautiful character, and I'm honored to be playing her." Like,
was this announced prior to Disney's announcement of Snow White? Like their revision version, their refined version of Snow White? Revisionism version? I don't even know what to call that. Revised, revisioned, reimagined. There we go. Reimagined version of Snow White.
call the best fairy tales, this is a story with timeless values like love, friendship, and kindness, and I can't wait to share them. Now, do me a favour and compare this for a moment to Rachel Zegler's interpretation of the character and her attitude to the original animated movie.
The cartoon was made 85 years ago, and therefore it's extremely dated. We have a different approach to what I'm sure a lot of people will assume is a love story just because, like, we cast a guy in the movie.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love.
There's a big focus on her love story. With a guy who literally stalks her.
Women being in roles of power.
Bit of a difference there, isn't there? Tell me, which actress do you find yourself rooting for more? Now, ultimately,
well, obviously,
I've got no idea
his channel's a little
at
bit
this stage
skewed,
whether
but...
Snow White and the Evil Queen will be any good or not. It could just as easily turn out to be a steaming pile of dog shit, no matter the good intentions.
I mean, the books are already written, so...
The difference, though, is that unlike the Disney version, I actually want this one to succeed, partly because I think it's being made with exactly the kind of attitude that's sorely lacking in Hollywood today, and partly because the anarchist in me wants to see the absolute meltdown that'll will engulf the mainstream media if this film somehow outperforms Disney's excretion. I mean, let's be honest, it totally isn't going to, but it's funny to think about all the same. It really feels like a classic case of a scrappy underdog taking on a bigger, overconfident opponent. Either way, the simple existence of this movie and the attention it's getting proves the point that I made at the start, that if you go long enough without giving your customer what they want, then eventually someone else is going to step in and do it for you. They might not succeed immediately, but the simple fact that they tried it will inevitably encourage others to do the same. And well, sooner or later you might just find that those customers you took for granted have taken their business elsewhere. And at the end of the day, you've got no one to blame but yourself.
In a normal ecosystem where competition is
Anyway,
normal, when it's come to the mega lists that are now companies, it's not really a fair fight like what he's mentioning, and I don't. It is very difficult for someone to overthrow something as big as Disney. Even if Disney fails, they're so big that they can't fail. Like they have to fail over and over and over and over. I don't even know how long it's going to take before that catches up with them, because there's just so many people that trust Disney as a brand name, like Barbie. They trust Disney as a brand name and in what they do, and that they're this hallmark of kids movies no matter what. That they don't really switch up with different entertainment just because it exists, right? They aren't just going to go out and find a different company. Yeah, it's nice to imagine that there's hardcore competition here, but at the end of the day, is there the market's going to be taken over by something that gives people what they want? And as it turns out, people oftentimes don't know what they want, even if they kind of do know what they want, and they just go with the brand name. It's like, even if you know what you want in politics, people oftentimes go with whichever side they vote for, right? They've always voted for Republican or Democrat. They don't even look at the candidate. Oftentimes they don't even look at the candidate or care. They just vote for whatever has the D or the R on it. They go for the D or the R, guys. And it's just the way that they do things. They're very surface processy. It's nice to imagine that this will influence Disney. It might on some level, but it's just a chink in the armor, right? It's just a chink in the chainmail where things are slowly starting to catch up with Disney. It's probably going to be, if they keep this up, it's probably going to be a decade before they're really hurting. People are just going to keep going to Disney World. They're just going to keep eating up whatever Disney serves them. And probably there will be an inflection point where things completely change, but that's going to take a while before that happens. And I guess this is just the first barrage by people noticing that not only is there a niche market for what, not even a niche market, a market for what they're doing, and that Disney is no longer fulfilling it, but that at the same time they can take a shot at Disney, which is they can play off Disney's publicity for the tail. It has nothing to do with theirs being better, just the fact that Disney is talking about it, therefore it trends because it's being talked about. Interesting. 5 bajillion comments. Once again, it's almost not worth, depending on the video, it's not worth actually commenting on YouTube because for some reason no one sees it. Is Twitter, people see comments. Reddit, it's based on how soon you post. YouTube, just people don't see your comments. Stop washing your legs. Okay. Where is the PG248QP monitor, guys? Did it move? PG248QP. Anything changed in this last week? It was supposed to come out at the it's been talked about since the beginning of the year. It's supposed to come out at the beginning of October, allegedly. It was announced at the beginning of October, and then just nothing happened. It's up for pre-order. Notify me. Literally just go up for sale today. Friday. Grills? Oh my god. And something that's an LG monitor. Thanks, Google. Looks like places in Japan are shipping now. This is Australia. It's pre-order. 1,700 Australian dollars. That's like 1,100. Like 1,100 US, I think. Ah, that's pretty fucking close. That was in 73. Another Australia, same price. Also Australia. Huh? So pre-orders are going up. That means maybe it'll ship next week or maybe by the end of the month. I don't actually know what that means. Like, it was supposed to... There aren't any new reviews besides that Optimum one we watched like a month ago. My whole home surge protectors are now required in how to install one. I actually installed one probably close to a decade ago because it was a really good idea. It actually attached... I don't know how well they work, but it attaches to your mains, to your actual fuse box, and connects to your ground bar. Off to Summit. Crowd plays versus cheaters. Oh my god. Can't wait till the anti-cheat. I really can't wait till anti-cheat gets better and it starts catching streamers. Oh, that's really good. Like, occasionally it does now. It's not even the anti-cheat for the most part. It's like when they leave their cheats on them and like they don't do the overlays correctly, and then people can see the cheats on their stream. Really fucking stupid. Phantom Liberty best settings. Maybe it would be worth taking a look at that. What time is it? We could watch a 30-minute. Hardware Unbox also did 14K series. Let's take a look at the 14K series. Apparently, just isn't really all that interesting in general, so.
Welcome back to Hardware Unboxed. Today we're checking out Intel's latest generation of Core Series processors.
They're just like, I don't know if it's binning or not, but technically they're just a little bit more efficient and a little bit faster.
14700K and Core i5 14600K.
Like what Intel used to do prior to AMD releasing Ryzen, and they're forced to actually do shit.
You might be wondering what Intel's new 14th generation CPUs have to offer. What makes this generation different to the previous generation? Well, before we find out,
today's video is sponsored by the latest link in the
and that's not a huge surprise. We've known for a very long time now that the 14th series of core processors, that was going to be a Raptor Lake refresh. So in other words, just a refresh of the previous.
I believe at one point they were trying to perpetuate it as it being Meteor Lake, which was going to be a giant cache on it, but apparently that's not actually coming to desktop.
So there's little to no IPC improvement here, no real tweaks to the silicon. It's a pretty straightforward refresh. The biggest change can be seen when looking at the Core i7 14700K, which now has an additional cluster of E-cores, so 4 more E-cores, taking the total to 12. The Core i5, though, that still has 8 E-cores, and the Core i9, 16 E-cores, though they do now clock 100 MHz higher for the turbo. And that means, on paper, the key highlights for the Core i9 14900K include a 3% increase to the peak turbo frequency, and a 2% frequency increase for the E-cores. The 14600K, that gets a 4% frequency bump to the P-cores turbo, and a 2.5% increase for the E-cores. So yeah, that's what we're looking at here. Actually, in addition to that, Intel is also claiming some software optimization for the 14th generation series, which, for reasons that almost certainly won't make sense, aren't available for 12th and 13th gen owners. What Intel are calling
By the way, so AMD constantly just updates their CPUs. They're called Agasa versions, which is basically the software on the CPU, the firmware on the CPU is called Agasa code, which basically can also run in the BIOS. It gives a shitload of options. They constantly update it. Intel also has their own microcode, but they don't update it as religiously as AMD does, and they don't really talk about it. They don't really talk a whole lot about it, and usually it's just used for security fixes, but Usually, like with stuff, there's probably updates to the thread director, so the thing that moves threads around between the P and the E cores and make sure they're on the right ones. Bug fixes, but they wouldn't want to. They wouldn't allow you to have those optimizations on older CPUs, right?
Intel
Despite the fact that they can probably do it.
optimization is a new
It could also be in
policy within
drivers too.
Intel's dynamic tuning technology that optimizes performance for select games by directing application resources in real time. As an example, Intel claims this leads to a
Sounds like a thread
13%
director.
uplift in Rainbow Six Siege and a 16% uplift in Metro Exodus. As it stands right now, though, Rainbow Six Siege and Metro Exodus are the only two games supported by this new feature, though Intel say they are working with game developers to add additional titles. Now, the Intel application optimization will preload via the Intel Dynamic Tuning Technology driver on motherboards that have DTT enabled in the BIOS. And given the very limited support for this new feature, we won't actually be testing it in today's video, as neither of the games that support it are included in our sampler benchmarks. But this is certainly something that we can test in the future, especially if it starts to support more games, as Intel claims. This then is Intel's attempt to steal back the gaming performance crown from AMD, and that really does appear to be the primary goal here with the 14th gen series, outside of the Core i7 getting a few more E-cores. So let's get on with it to see what they have. For testing, I'm using an Asus ROG Strix RTX 4090 graphics card, running Game Ready driver version 644.43, and all the data shown in this video was recorded within the last week. So that means all of the data is up to date using the latest BIOS revisions, Windows 11 version, drivers, and so on. The LJ1700 processors were tested using DDR5 7200 CL34 memory and the AM5 processors with DDR5 6000 CL30 memory. Okay, let's get into it. Starting with the Cinebench multi-core test, we find exactly what we're expecting based on the paper spec. The 14900K is, wait for it, identical to the 13900K, as both throttles at the same frequency after 10 minutes of load. The 14700K did offer a 19% boost over the 13700K, thanks to a 50% increase in E-cores, and that got it much closer to AMD's 7950X. Then we see the 14600K is 7% faster than the 13600K, and the small bump in clock speeds will be helping here, as this model doesn't thermal throttle using a 360mm AIO, so that's good. What's not good is the power consumption. And although we're going to take a detailed look at power usage when gaming, I thought I'd go back and record the average power usage for the relevant CPUs in this video. The figures here are insane. The
Intel's desperate. I don't think so. I think they had to put out a generation and Meteor Lake wasn't ready.
3 watts. That's almost 50%
Is
more
the answer
than the
to
7950X
X3D, by the way.
for
This is
comparable
Meteor Lake
performance
with the
and
giant
nearly
level 4
twice
cache.
the power of the 7950X 3D at a 92% increase.
I believe it's just going to be a laptop part for the time being.
That really is insane. And the 14700K, it's really no better. Total system usage there, that averaged 471 watts, which is a 70% increase over the 7950X 3D, and that's for 6% less performance in that example. The 14600K system, though, that did consume 310 watts, which makes it reasonably efficient when compared to, say, the 7700X, as that's 17% more power for almost 30% more performance. Now, looking at single-core performance, we do see a tiny 2% increase for the 14900K over the 1300K. The
Cinebench is
14700K
synthetic, by the way,
4%
so it doesn't really
faster
matter
than
much. It's just a good
13700K,
benchmark to
and
start
the
things out with.
14600K was 3% faster than the 13600K, so about what you'd expect based on the clock speeds that we looked at earlier. Now, running the Blender Open Data benchmark confirms what we found with Cinebench. The 14900K is basically identical to its 13th gen model. Then the 14700K with its extra E-cores is 24% faster than the 13700K, so that's nice, and really the only noteworthy improvement here, as the 14600K was just 6% faster than the 13600K. Moving on to the 7-zip compression performance, we find the Core i9s and Core i5s delivering virtually identical performance, while the 14700K was 17% faster than the 13th gen version. And it's a similar story for the decompression results. The 14900K was just 3% faster than the 1300K, though the 14600K was 7% faster than the 13600K. Then we see a 23% increase for the 14700K over its 13th gen version, again thanks to the inclusion of more E-cores. Adobe After Effects provides the 14900K with its biggest win yet, as it was a whole 6% faster than the 13900K. So that's actually good based on what we've seen so far. The 14600K, that was 4% faster than the 13th gen version, and then the 14700K was just 3% faster than its 13th gen version, as the E-cores are pretty well useless here. Photoshop's another application that really only uses the P-cores, and here the 1400K was 14% faster than the 1300K, while the i7 was 6% faster than its predecessor, and the i5 7% faster. The last Adobe application we tested is Premiere Pro, and here the 14900K was just 3% faster than the 1300K, while the 14...
Second, guys. Yeah, 1 second.
in 700K was only 6% faster than the
Okay.
13700K.
Did you try rendering Maya? They
Then
have
we see that the Core i5 was just as
Adobe.
underwhelming, offering a mere 3% improvement over the 13th gen model.
not production,
Now,
but
the last application benchmark
productivity
we have
workloads
is
are
a
something they're
browser
kind of niche.
benchmark, so more of a general use type test, and the results here are pretty typical. The 14th gen i9 offered a mere 3% uplift, 5% for the i7, and then 7% for the i5. Now for the gaming benchmarks, and we'll start with Factorio. The Factorio box is the typical sort of Factorio benchmark that most seem to run, and it's the version that we've used previously. But it has been brought to my attention that this can be a misleading test, as it's based on a very small map and doesn't really represent performance in this title, especially for the bigger maps.
So there's controversy on the Twitters talking about basically the amount of rendering and how many render ops basically the game can do at once to render the simulation. Like they're talking about like the in-game benchmark was actually broken because it's infinitesimally huger than anything you'd ever do in the game apparently, and it represents a synthetic benchmark.
And being that it is a smaller map also means that it fits snug within the 3D V cache for parts like the 7800X 3D and its 7950X 3D, along with the 5800X 3D, though the dual CCD parts, like the 7950X 3D, are still a bit broken here. Anyway,
probably because they aren't allocating it to the right cores. It's probably using the fucking frequency cores or across all 12 cores. And they didn't actually go out of their way to try and fix it.
For example, the 7800X 3D is almost 50% faster than the 1400K, but because this is potentially a misleading test, let's rerun the numbers using a bigger map. And doing so dramatically changes the numbers, and now the 14900K and 13900K are the fastest processors tested, just beating the 7800X 3D by a 2% margin. When compared to the 13th and 14th gen models though, we are looking at identical performance in this test. Okay, time for some FPS
they
numbers.
changed their Factorio benchmarks
which has
now.
been benchmarked in the city of Baldur's Gate. And this is a very CPU demanding section of the game. Firstly, the 14th gen models, they're not really offering anything in the way of extra performance over the 13th gen versions. We're seeing up to 3% in this example. And that's a problem for Intel, as it means the Zen 4 3D V-Cache parts are over 15% faster. The 7950X 3D, for example, that was 17% faster than the 14900K.
By the way,
And while running
the last results here for Factorio basically kind of shows that it doesn't really matter what you're actually running for the most part. Yeah, like you're talking about 4 FPS when you're running like 40 FPS. I guess updates per second is not FPS, so this is very, very similar to 7700X. 5800X 3D is right here. 7600X is basically here too. Yeah. It is faster though.
Tested, just beating the 7800X 3D by a 2% margin. When compared to the 13th and 14th gen models though, we are looking at identical performance in this. And that's a Ryzen 9 7950X 3D actually lowered the total system draw by 15%, making it significantly more efficient than the 14900K in this example. Next up, we have Hogwarts Legacy with Ultra Ray Tracing enabled, and here the 7950X 3D was just 3% faster than the 14900K, though the 7800X 3D, that was 5% faster. When compared to the 13900K, the 14900K boosted performance by 1%, and sadly we saw the same insignificant gains for the 14700K and 14600K. Again though, it's power consumption that's a bit of an issue for Intel. Despite being slightly slower than the 7950X 3D, the 14900K did raise total system power usage by 21%, which is a massive increase in power. Now, despite being an AMD sponsored title, Starfield runs very well on Intel processors, and as a result, the 14900K was a massive 17% faster than the 7950X 3D, and that's despite offering no performance improvement over the 13900K. Interestingly though, the new 14700K, that was 8% faster than the 13700K in this test, while the 14600K, that offered no real improvement over the 13600K. Then if we again look at power, we see that although the 14900K was 17% faster than the 7950X 3D, it pushed total system usage 40% higher in order to achieve that, meaning in this example, the 3D V-cache part was still more efficient. Moving on to Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty, here we see the 3D V-cache processors again perform really well. For example, the 7800X 3D, that was 10% faster than the 14900K, while the 7950X 3D, that was 7% faster. Unfortunately though, when compared to their 13th gen versions, the 14900K and 14700K provided just a 2% uplift, and then we see just a mere 1% uplift from the 14600K. So obviously some very weak performance gains there. And then we're looking at power. We see that the 14600K matched the total system usage of the 7800X 3D, despite the AMD
Always
processor being
texting.
almost 20% faster in this example. This also highlights the primary issue with the Core i9 series, the 14900K, that pushed total system usage almost 30% higher than the 7800X 3D for less performance. Frame rates in The Last of Us Part 1 were very competitive between the AMD and Intel processors. That said, we also saw no real change in performance from the 13th gen to the 14th gen processors outside of what can be accounted for by a small bump in frequency. And here we see that AMD Zen 4 3D V-cache processors are extremely efficient.
I wouldn't text
in
a
The
female
Last
on
of Us,
stream.
matching the
That'd
performance
be
of the
too
Core i7
distracting.
processors while consuming significantly less power. For example, the 14900K, that pushed total system usage to 6.
I had a PVC valve that the handle broke off on.
That's an almost 40%
Fucking
increase
weirdly,
over
I
the
think I'm done with
small
PVC valves
performing
unless it's something generally
7800X
I'd never use it.
The 3D
I've had
V-cache
bad
processors
experiences
are
with
also
them,
very
but I had a
impressive in
handle
Star
break
Wars
off on it,
Survivor,
and the handle was
7800X
off
delivering
on the stem,
14% more
and apparently the
performance
handle
than
mechanically
14900K.
seals
Meanwhile, Core
mechanically
i9 was
presses
just
down on a
4%
seal underneath
faster
it that keeps
than
it from
the
leaking.
1300K,
I didn't
while
know
the
about that,
i7 and i5
and
models offered no
it
performance
sprung a
gain
leak.
over their predecessors.
Yeah.
Then when
Yesterday,
compared to
actually,
the
yeah,
non-3D
yesterday
V-cache
morning.
models, the
It's happening while I was
Raptor
streaming. I didn't even know it.
performed well. The
Yeah, lost
14600K, for
like my
example,
entire cooling
that
loop.
was faster than
I
the
wasn't
7950X.
kosher.
Once again, though,
Found
it's
out
power
about it was leaking for.
consumption that's a
It
big
started right when I
problem
started
for
streaming
Intel.
too.
The 14900K
Yeah, it started right when I was
pushed
streaming.
total
No
system
idea what's
usage
going
to
on.
571 watts.
Yeah.
And that's a 5% increase over the 1300K and a massive 27%
Yeah,
increase
the 14,000
over the
series isn't worth buying,
7800X 3D.
especially if you can get 30Ks cheaper.
Next up,
Good
we have
morning.
ACC,
Hi,
which
hi,
is
I'd win. Oh my god, the
well-known for
OG.
really
Did you see the OG,
enjoying
guys? He has an
3D
OG in his name.
processors, and we're certainly seeing that
Only
here
OG.
to devastating effect for
Plastic is
Intel.
weak.
The 7800X
Depends on the kind of
3D, for
plastic,
example,
depends on how it's made.
30%
PVC is generally
faster
very
than the
durable,
14700K
unless they skimp on it, and PVC
14700K,
fittings they
and
like
neither
skimping on.
14th gen model was much faster than the 13th gen versions.
They tried to
Still,
slot
when
that in there
compared to the
instead of like
standard
buying
Gen 4
brass, which is
processors,
the alternative
the
because
graphical
brass is very
CPUs are quite
corrosion
impressive.
resistant.
The
Stainless steel too.
1400K, for example, that was 10%
Which
faster than the
I probably nowadays
750X.
would probably buy stainless steel because it's
Given
almost
the
identical
massive
prices
performance
of
advantage the
to
3
brass.
Vcache
The only
CPUs
time it
enjoy
kind
in
of
this
sucks is when
title,
you're trying to make
it's a
it work.
given that they'll be more
It is
power
very
efficient. That said, the 1400K
inflexible.
only increased
So
chances.
when you have two fittings, right, like you're screwing a female fitting into a male fitting, right, you're screwing that in there, the threads actually deform. So if you have threads, they merge with each other and they kind of deform a little bit in order to basically seal. And with brass, it's a softer than stainless steel, so when you do that, they deform and seat properly. With stainless, that's with brass. With stainless, it's actually harder than bronze, and it won't deform as easily, which means it can leak, especially when you go between different vendors that don't have exactly the same tapered fittings, tapered threads on them. And then between brass and stainless or like PVC, it does not. PVC likes to leak with any fucking metal that you try to mesh it with. It does not like metal.
Usage by 13%. And
Fortunately.
this is because ACC is a very lightly threaded title. Next up, we have Spider-Man Remastered.
But it depends. There's all different sorts of plastic. Plastic isn't all cheap shit. There's all different types of plastic, all for all different things. Some can tolerate a lot of heat. Some can tolerate cold. The one thing that usually kills it, plastic, is sunlight. So UV exposure does a number on it.
This also means,
but some plastic is more resistant to UV exposure. So
by almost 50% when compared
polyurethane plastic, PVC, which is
that is just
propylene.
Even
Maybe not
compared to the
propylene.
faster 7950X 3D, you're looking at an almost
Latex
40%
plastic,
increase in power usage for the entire
silicone.
system. That
Actually,
is
silicone
nuts.
isn't a type of plastic.
Next up, we have a Plague Tale Requiem, and again, the new 14th gen CPUs have little to nothing to offer over
Nitrile.
their previous generation parts. That means, like the
ABS.
1300K, the 1400K, it
Pretty
averaged
popular in a lot of
150
different applications
FPS,
because it's
making it
very,
slower than the
very good. Yeah, this, by the way, this is why I wasn't really that
15%
interested in looking at
slower
benchmarks for the
than
14K series, is because
The
yeah, this is what I heard. So, the rumor was, like a year ago, was Meteor Lake was going to be what this is. Meteor Lake was going to be the 14K series released this fall. This is not Meteor Lake. This is Rocket Lake, I believe. Or not Rocket Lake. I don't know what this is, actually. Meteor Lake, though, is supposed to be the one with the giant level 4 cache, and it was announced a couple months ago, maybe 6 months ago, that it wasn't going to be this fall. And that seemingly contradicted the kind of the rumors that were floating around earlier. So my guess is they couldn't figure it out for this generation, and they just released what they had rather than just not releasing a 14K series at all, which probably was not the right call, but Intel did it anyways. Like, it's not even, this is even like a 5% bump to performance, which is what they used to do.
In any case, the 7950X 3D did still match the 14700K and 14900K.
Once again, this shit like this, guys, is usually caused by the game not being assigned to the proper cores. For all intents and purposes, a 7950X3D should not be worse than 7800X3D unless it's assigned to the wrong cores. 7950X3D has 2 chiplets on it. One is 8 cores of basically X3D chips, and the other one is frequency cores, which are like 300 megahertz faster. So depending on the task, one or the other chiplet is faster. This arises because the game either is not assigned to the proper core, to the proper X3D cores, or because it's assigned across all the cores, or it might be assigned to the frequency cores. So this in and of itself, which usually you can tell if this is basically across all the cores, it'll be kind of tied with the 7950, which it is. So my guess is this is actually allocated across all the cores. Because 7950X, which is basically 16 fast, 2 chiplets of fast cores instead of a X3D and a fast frequency chiplet. The X is just 2 frequency chiplets. So my guess is what we're seeing here is because it's going across all the cores. And they really should check for this shit, but they don't.
While the 7800
Get lost once again.
X3D was 16% faster than Intel's new flagship. Again, power is a major weakness of the Raptor Lake CPUs. And
By the way, I
you
really
see
don't care about power
14900K
consumption at all. I've
was
talked
just
about this
total
before. I
system
think power
usage of
matters in data centers
503
and mobile.
watts, and that's
In your
25%
computer,
higher
not
than
really.
that
I
of
mean,
the
it sucks that
7800X3D,
it's doing this, but I
while
wouldn't
the
be like,
Ryzen
oh god, I'm
processor
not
is
buying a
actually
CPU because it sucks too much
60%
power for my
faster.
desktop.
Watch Dogs Legion's another blowout with the X3D chips dominating, pushing the RTX 4090 to around 200 FPS using the
There you go.
ultra quality preset. Meanwhile, the 1400K, that was just 3% faster.
Conversely,
than
it also can
1390.
mean that it might be faster if you assign it to all 16 cores. Starfield, for instance, was faster when I assigned it to all 16 cores. Cyberpunk became faster when I assigned it to all 16 cores instead of the X3D cores. So there are cases where you actually want to let loose the game in order to properly utilize your CPU properly.
900K, making the 7800X3D 17%.
The 7950 X3 was a little bit more of a DIY
X3D
project than a complete
21%
package for
faster.
consumers.
The 14600K also struggled in this
Usually it
title,
works, but
and in this
sometimes it
example,
doesn't,
the
which we just saw with
7600X was
Assassin's Creed.
13% faster. Meanwhile, the 14600K and 7800X3D consumed around the same amount of power, making the 14900K 18% more hungry when comparing total system usage.
It would be nice if they had
Finally, we have
7900
Hitman
X3D
3,
in here and they
here
don't,
the
because
Intel
that's
processors
an
do
ugly
perform
duckling.
really well, though these new 14th gen models, they're not exactly offering anything new here. As an example, the 1400K, that was just 1% faster than the 13th gen version.
Plastic
But
is
that
shit
did
compared to
mean it was
metals.
8%
Plastic has
faster
inherent
than the
advantages.
7800X3D.
It doesn't rust or corrode.
That all said, though, power consumption is again gross.
It's cheaper.
with the
That's usually a big one
1400K
right
pushing
there.
total
And
system
it can be
usage
resistant to chemicals
47%
that metal
higher
can't.
than that of the 7800X3D for what amounted to 8% more performance, so that is disappointing. Okay, so here we have the 12-game average data calculated using the Geo mean. And previously, I found the 7800X3D to be 4% faster than the 1300K on average, and now that margin has grown to 10%. So what's changed exactly? Well, apart from some AGESA code updates, which have made some small improvements to performance, I think the biggest difference is the games list. Previously, we had titles such as CSGO and the Rift Breaker, where the 7800X3D didn't perform that well. That said, though, Horizon Zero Dawn was also dropped from the test.
Another game
and
that
was a
functions
strong
better
title
across
for the
all
X3D
cores
chips.
on my 7950
For this
X3D.
test, though, almost all of the newly added titles ran very well on the X3D CPUs, especially the 7800X3D, which saw good gains in Assassin's
Meteor
Creed
Lake, as I mentioned, I'm
Mirage,
pretty sure is
Baldur's
going to
Gate 3,
be
and Star Wars Jedi Survivor, with the only bad
laptops
title for AMD
for now.
being Starfield. Cyberpunk 2077 has also been updated with an SMT fix for Ryzen processors,
I
which
don't think
boosts
works
performance
properly.
in our tests by around 10%. In the end, the 7800X3D was 7% faster than the 1400K and 10% faster than the 14700K, while the 14600K was 4% faster than the 7700X and 8% faster than the 7600X. Then when compared to the 13th gen models, the 1400K and 14700K were just 3% faster, while the 14600K was just 1% faster.
That's Cyberpunk.
Still, the Core i5 part remains pretty good value and also somewhat reasonable when it comes to power usage, which we can take a look at now. This graph is 17% fast.
Talked about this. Aquila is a terrible place to benchmark. It is engine bound rather than. Hey, but it's the case. Phantom Liberty Ultra. Oh, they don't have ray tracing on from the looks of it. Assumingly, they don't have ray tracing on.
700K, and then we're looking at 0.5% for the 14600K over the 13600K. And the single core results are even worse. There really isn't much in the way of IPC gains to be seen here. I'd say Intel's stagnation at its best, but it's only been like 2 years, so that's not true. Okay, so there you have it. The Raptor Lake refresh is pretty much just that, and it certainly doesn't deserve to be called a 14th generation. Sorry, I mean generation.
13.5.
Apart from the 14700K, which gets those few extra E-cores.
13.5.700K.
With some software optimizations for games. For the most part, this
That
was just
sounds like it worked for me.
So thanks to that
Yeah,
Intel.
13.9
At least we did get to update all of our data.
13.5.900K.
Realistically, though, we would rather Intel waited
Where are the
until it
decimals?
actually had a 14th generation to release, rather than just rehash what was already available. Now you might be wondering, what's the point? Why did Intel even bother? Well, the reason's quite
Pretty
simple.
sure Meteor Lake
And
wasn't
the reason
ready.
is marketing. It is all about marketing. For the most part, 13th gen sales, they've not been great, at least for the retail market.
This wasn't a
OEMs
generation
likely
they
did
should
a
have
different
released. They should have
story.
waited.
Intel's
I
still
think
the
people would have
dominant
faulted them if they
force
didn't, though.
there, but even
Which
then,
I think
sales
is
are
actually
likely
worse.
slowing down there.
What they did is worse
As an
than just
example
not
of the retail
releasing it
market,
at all.
we have the Amazon bestsellers list for CPUs, which is updated every hour. And the example that you're looking at here was recorded over the weekend, but it almost always looks like this and has done for years now. And what you're seeing here is AMD
11900.
dominating
Why
the top
is it
10
there?
on a major online seller, with AMD taking
12K is
7
when
of
they
the
did the
top 10
P&E
spots.
cores.
Oddly, Intel's best seller right now is the 1100K
Why?
in 4th spot, which is an unusual CPU to have here. But like I said, this list is updated every hour. In any case, if you go check
Why?
right now,
Who's
I can
buying
almost
them?
guarantee you that you'll mostly find AMD CPUs in the top 10. So rather than heavily discount
Oh my God,
the
Tech.
13th gen parts, allowing them to
Really
better
get the
compete
14K
with the
series,
Ryzen
which is
7000
terrible.
Series, Intel has opted to disguise those parts as a flashy new 14th
I'm good at
generation
PC killer
in the
stuff
hope
too.
this will boost interest in their desktop processors. And speaking of prices, the 14900K, that is set to come in at around $600
Yeah,
US.
they
so
definitely
about
should
the
not have
same
released
price
this,
as
guys.
the
They should have stuck with the 13K
13900K,
series. This is
which
totally,
can now be had
like
for
I said, I'm pretty sure this was supposed to be
$570
Meteor Lake,
US.
but they couldn't figure
That's
it
not
out.
a price point for Intel,
And they
given
couldn't
the
release Meteor
70X3D
Lake for this generation, which is going to be
$650
possibly
US
a
right now,
laptop
while the 70X3D
instead.
that can
It's
be
going to be a
had
laptop
for
chip for the
just
time being.
$370,
Meteor Lake is the answer to the
making it by
X3D
far the
chips, which
best
has a
selling
giant
option
level
for
4
gamers.
cache, and this does not.
Then, if it's productivity
They
that
just
you're
released
interested
this
in,
probably because they didn't
the
want to look bad in front of
7750X,
everyone.
It's really hard to beat at $580, as the 16 big cores, if you will, often end up being faster for complex workloads. Now, the 14700K, that's a nice upgrade over the 13700K, and I'm not saying if you had a 13700K, you'd upgrade to the 14700K. I mean, more if you were going to buy a 13700K but hadn't done so yet, for roughly, or what should roughly be the same money, the same MSRP, the 14700K is a nice upgrade. Though while the 13700K is meant to cost around $420 US, it can be reliably found down around $365 right now. So if the 14700K jumps in at $420, it will be competing directly with the 7900X, and that's a matchup that suits the Intel processor rather well. If your priority is productivity, then I think the Core i7 is the better buy, and in fact, the same is also true for gaming. But if your focus is gaming, then the cheaper 7800X3D instantly becomes the go-to option. Then there's the Core i5 14600K, which is set to cost $330 US, but again, the 13600K can be had for $285 right now, making it the better buy given they are essentially the same CPU. And looking across our productivity benchmarks, the 14600K can be seen mixing up with the Ryzen 7 7700X, which costs $300 right now. For gaming, the Core i5 was generally faster.
Intel comments are kind of bad, guys. Usually you will not get responses to them. They're, for some strange reason, it is worse than Reddit. Reddit's very much time-based, but Twitter you can usually get responses on even 12 and 24 hours later.
Is generally strong performance.
But the algorithm on YouTube usually buries comments unless they're early and have upvotes, which you only get early.
So that's good. The key disadvantages, though, when compared to the competing AMD parts, is the
talking about the 5800 X3D as being good, which is true.
Can't stress that enough. The power consumption of these Intel parts is just ridiculous. And then there's the platform, which, as we've known for a long time now, it's effectively dead moving forward, as in there'll be no more LGA 1700 processors.
I have a
really,
Ryzen 9 on
was
Linux
true
and it
after
runs
the
full 32
13th
cores,
gen
not the
series
16 as
arrived,
Windows shores.
given
I mean, if you have
14th gen
SMT on, it's going to
nothing
show
more than a
32
refresh.
cores. I have SMT on.
So if you were to buy
I
a
have
Core
32
i7
cores.
14700K,
I turn
for
SMT off,
example,
which I usually have
you
it
will
off,
need a
only
new
run on
motherboard
16.
if you wish to upgrade beyond a 14900.
Whether or not they're
future.
physical or virtual
On the other hand,
cores,
AMD's
i.e.
AM5
SMT or
platform,
hyper-threading,
that will support
will
future
change that.
CPUs. How many is unclear at this point, but the potential to slot in what might be an 8800X3D, for example, on your existing AM5 motherboard, that'd be a nice bonus. Whether or not AM5 will be as successful as AM4 was is yet to be seen, so I wouldn't weigh your decision too heavily on this one, but it is a factor for sure. At the end of the day, an official price cut from Intel for their 13th gen.
Yeah, I guess the best part, like he's probably going to say right now, probably the best part of this is going to make 13K series chips cheaper. And you really should just buy a 13K series. There's no reason to buy the 14K series. We should check 7950X3 and see if the PPM driver is assigned the X3 chiplet. We're just automatically, AMD should be calling this to fix it. The performance should be better than 7900X3 or almost identical. If it's worse, it means it's not doing something correctly, which is true. Rumors floating around about Meteor Lake, which I believe now is going to be a laptop chip. All right, guys, let's move along out of the podcast section here. Let's play some Cyberpunk. Good. Righty. Off we go, guys. Good. Yeah. Change game categories. Righty. But yeah, I was kind of on the fence whether or not to watch that anyways, and I just did just to be informed on it. But yeah, it's worse than I thought. I thought it was going to be a small performance boost and a small efficiency tweak, because that's what it was rumored to be. How was it? That wasn't. That was maybe a small performance boost at the cost of power. So overclocking. Yeah, that wasn't... I don't know what the fuck that was. Got Intel. That was better. That's one of those generations that's better off that they don't release it, guys. Not that the 13K series is bad, because it's not. But you can make the 13K series bad by releasing something like that. And now they have to price cut, too. They have to reduce the prices on their 13K series to market their 14K series. Oh, why would you do that? Oh, jeez. How do you sign the game to all cores? What chip do you have? I mean, it should just do it by automatically. I have a 7950X3D, which if you have a PPM driver, which I do not have installed, it'll automatically move it to your X3D cores. And I manually assign my games to whatever cores I want it to with Process Lasso, and I have it assigned to all 16 cores. Oh, I mean, it should just be assigned to all your cores. The one thing you might want to tweak with the 5700X, though, is whether or not SMT helps or does not, which is right here under gameplay, this thing right here. So look at your performance with it on or with it off. I wouldn't trust the auto setting, but turn it on and off and see what works for you, what makes it feel better. It should feel less stuttery and more fluid with it on or off. And if you have FPS numbers on your screen, they'll be even better. But this is what you want to tweak. But for you, it should just be working normally. EPM driver does not matter. But the SMT fix is what you're looking for. Alright guys, I gotta wash my coffee cup out. I will be right back. You see, but the 5800 X3D is no different. The PPM driver is unique to the the 7900 X3D and the 7950 X3D. The 5800 X3D should have no problems. The 5800X 5800X3D should have no problems. 5900X should have no problems. 5970, 5950 should have no problems. 7950 should have no problems. 7900 should have no problems. The 7950 X3D and 7900 X3D are unique. That being said, occasionally there are cases where the games don't assign things to the proper cores. I found cases where certain games will function better. Usually I have SMT off. So the way Phantom Liberty has worked is there used to be an SMT fix, but what it was actually a utilization fix, which AMD CPUs, the Ryzen CPUs, would not be utilized properly unless you did the fix. And it's called an SMT fix, but it wasn't just SMT. It did something else in the way that the game allocates CPU cores. Unrelated to, for instance, Affinity in Task Manager. Not to completely confuse you guys here, but in Phantom Liberty, they added an SMT option, and the support for the SMT fix, which I don't think it was particular just SMT, no longer exists. I had SMT off in my BIOS, not in Windows. In my BIOS, I have SMT off, so I have 16 physical cores in Windows, which is generally the way I run things because it makes things more fluid. I would not do it unless if you have less than, I'd say, 8 cores. Do not turn off SMT if you have less than 8 cores, and even 8 cores is probably iffy. But that's purely because it seems like thread contention causes more stuttering and hiccups. But anyways, I had SMT off in my BIOS and the SMT off in Cyberpunk. It was almost a flat line across all of my cores, but the game would not use more than 63% of my CPU. It would be CPU bound, but not a single core was at 100%. It was CPU bound, but it just refused to use more CPU utilization. It didn't make any sense. And yeah, the game thinks it's smarter than it actually is, and the SMT fixes for Phantom Liberty do not exist anymore. With SMT off in my BIOS, and with the way I just described it, if I turned SMT off and on in the game, it did nothing. So what I ended up doing is turning SMT back on in my BIOS, and in-game I tested SMT off and on, and they do different things now. And it changes how, if I look in the background, it changes how the cores are utilized and how they look. So for instance, right here, I don't know if you can see, yeah, you can still see it. I can actually look at my utilization. You see, because I have SMT on, you see it's every other core is basically, core 1 and 2 are virtual cores, so this is just a group of physical cores. Like, these are 1 physical core or 2 virtual cores, depending on how you look at it. And you can see it's like every other one, where it's staggered up and down in terms of performance. That's with SMT fix on, I believe, or off, one of the two. Either way, what it ended up doing is it actually makes it better. Like, it load balances better with it on, I believe. We tested it in game, and it'll utilize more of my CPU, but it still will not utilize my full CPU. Like, anywhere close to it. Like 100% on one core. It doesn't do that. Usually it will, but usually it does not. The game in and of itself, they did something to fix things, and it actually just ended up breaking things more, in my opinion. But it still functions. The game still runs, so I don't really care that much. But the only reason I noticed that is because I'm very finicky and picky with my computer. Anyways, Starfield was better off. I had Starfield limited to my 8 cores, my X3D cores. It was better uncorking that thing to 100, to all my cores, 100%. And I'll actually get close to 100% CPU utilization, which is, that's pretty insane. Like, it has really, really good threading. Really, really good threading. And Starfield, despite what people might say about the game, it is actually performs really well. And you just have a shitty CPU if you don't think so, for the most part. It will just suck down your entire CPU. It is pretty good as far as threading goes, because games are generally hard to parallel. So just to recap, guys, we are at the party right now for meeting Songmi. We are going to, I guess, talk to her. I think we're supposed to meet her. We just got done with the performance, which we watched last night. I don't think we can watch it again, so that just happened. So we're going to be doing this and locked into this, and then we'll go and do gigs that pop up after this is done. We talked to everyone already, as far as I know. I don't think we need to re-talk to people. Go and see. Buddy. Texting? Your date's across the table. What are you doing texting? Oh my god. But yeah, by the way, the people that bought the 5800 X3D are eating that shit up. It's still a good CPU. It just shows how much which is why Intel was trying to duplicate it with the Meteor Lake with the giant level 4 cache. They tried to do with the what the X3D chips are doing, because it does matter. It does matter a lot. That giant cache matters a shitload. I don't think I'm ever going to buy another chip, another CPU without a giant cache on it, because it makes games much more fluid and less stuttery in general. It's a fluidity thing. You can say what you want about 1% and 0.1%, but honestly, it just makes everything feel better. I don't think I'll ever buy a non-X3D chip. And Intel is probably going to come out with their own version of it, which then I'll buy Intel. But until that happens, I'm sold on X3D now, so. I do not think that's overhyped at all. I had a 13900K earlier this year for about 2 months, and then I sold it and bought a 7950 X3D and took the hit on that. It was worth it in my opinion. I still think it's worth it. That being said, you'd be fine with a 5800 X3D. Or 7800 X3D. Unless you want to do some DIY stuff and do some tech finicky stuff.
Seems your special agent has special needs. Trying to drown his sins and sorrows.
Aw, Johnny wants to be a therapist with me. What a nice guy.
Talk to Songbird via the rail.
Starfield, by the way, is just all fucking therapy. Like, all the dialogue is just therapy.
All good there, Reed?
Yeah. I just need to process for a minute. It's just how I'm built. A little adversity, and I need a few moments to think.
Come up with anything?
Yeah. We now know who took a swipe at Myers' head.
Thought it was Hansen. Hans?
We don't have all day.
Could it be Hans? Hans wants Hansen's spot. Hansen is like the mayor. He's like the ruler of Dogtown. And people that are perpetuating it's Hansen. But could it be Songbird because she wanted to get in with Hansen?
Hello?
That would be absurd.
Thinking Songbird planned the whole thing.
You're thinking right.
Yeah.
Don't know about you, but I see coincidences as patterns.
It could be Hans too.
To recognize.
What you driving at?
I think it's Hans more than Songbird though.
SF-1 crashes. Not anywhere, but over specific turf. Controlled by someone who found some obscure forgotten tech in a secret bunker.
Right.
Crash was an inside
Yeah.
job.
Oh, it's a side grade, or it's an upgrade for you, and you can sell your old parts to him. That's win-win.
And we know it was
or give them to him, depending on what kind of relationship you have.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking too. The minute she mentioned the cure, said Hansen has it. Everything just started.
I still think it might be
completing the picture.
Hans.
Yeah. Same here. She made a deal with Hansen earlier. Had to. Before any of this went down. Traded the president's life for access to the tech.
You tried to save the president, though, pretty fervently.
The NUS Press. Sold to a crime lord. Huge if true.
Myers pressured Somi to reach further, breach boundaries, and then Somi snapped.
Don't know about that. Song recruited me specifically
I think it's
to pull
Hans.
Myers out of that wreck. Seriously doubt she wanted her dead or snatched by Hansen.
It's never that simple, V.
Could have just worked out that way. So it's still possible that Songbird engineered this, but she didn't actually want to sell Myers out.
Somi was playing both sides. simultaneously spinning deals with Hansen and you. She has Hansen set. Then you come in. She contacts you via the relic, asks you to rescue the president. Absolution for her right there. You need to cure just as much, guaranteeing you'll help if her plan falls through.
And here we are.
Yeah, and here we are, rushing to Songbird's rescue. Thinking a few steps ahead was always her strength. But judgment calls and situational assessment, her Achilles heel. As a chess master, she'd be famous for dazzling plays and excruciatingly beautiful defeats.
Sheesh, don't know what to believe just yet.
That's not surprising. But I know
I think
Sony
it's
well
hands.
enough to know she'll do her damnedest to be fair.
Right. Just branded your beloved belle of the ball who you're out to rescue a traitor. What now? What do you want to do about it?
You know, V, treason ain't ever black and white. They tried to zero me once, too. What if we've all been played?
I think it's hands.
Main thing now is to get her out of this cesspool of a sitch. Then we'll see which direction to take.
Right. Still should watch your every move closely.
Sure. Unconditional trust? No more. Out the window. Right. Back to the sitch at hand. What do we have to do to save her?
To grab the tech Songbird and I both need, we gotta go to a meet with Hansen. Prep for it's required. Cause we show up as a pair of runners. Need to collect their identities first. Whatever that means.
Personality imprint theft. Sounds like our Colombian job of yore. Who are they and where do we find them?
So, how's one go about it? Klepping someone's personality?
FIA Menanthropic Tech. Alex has access. You should have used it already. You look, sound, and act like the individual whose personality you assume. To do it, we need scans of our targets.
Song got this shard to me. Take a look. Our targets are a brother and sister, red-haired twins. They're here somewhere, schmoozing.
Okay, we need to pull data. Get samples of assorted behavior. We make contact with them, talk, scan as we talk.
Got it, I think. So, time to make our move?
Over there.
Wow. Traced him in a flash, Reed.
Noticed them some time ago. They stand out even in this melting pot.
Twin roulette, looks like.
Alex, you copy that?
Radio loud and clear. Prep and scan tech now.
You're new to this, but relax. We'll do it as a four-hander. I scan one, you handle the other. Alex will pilot us through.
V, zipping funds your way from our operating budget. Load up on chips and join their game. Just don't go all in from the get-go.
We stagger our approach, and we're strangers.
I don't remember how to play roulette
Let's get to this.
at all.
Struck gold with roulette, really. Gambling throws people around, high and low, brings the joy of winning and the despair of defeat. Perfect for our purposes.
Yep.
Greetings, sir.
Greetings.
Want to buy some chips?
Of course. Good luck at the tables.
Buy at least 80,000 worth of chips. Like, how much did they give me? I mean, I can buy 100,000.
V, important. You're not there to have fun. Simple bets, red or black only. None of the double street or basket bullshit, understood?
I don't remember how to play gambling, guys. I don't remember how to play.
Will you join us?
But
Betting's open.
By all means.
Black it is then.
Relax. Buy him drinks, break the ice. I'll join you momentarily.
All bets are in. Bidding is closed.
What? No introduction?
V. You.
Aurore Cassel. And that boy is my brother, Emmerich.
How's things? Any luck?
We started just moments ago.
What's your poison?
Usually in situations like that, you don't even buy drinks.
A bourbon for me. Alas, mon frère does not drink.
You heard the lady. And real water for the gentleman here.
And what'll you have?
Whiskey, I think, is usually what Johnny likes.
Hard liquor, please. Whiskey.
Inori okay with you?
Japanese, more than fine.
Your drinks will be here shortly.
2. Even. Black.
Eh merde!
Place your bets, please.
Last chance. Let's go, let's go.
Red.
V, can't get a hold of Reed. No idea where he is. Stall for time, okay?
I just realized. You must have dirt beneath your fingernails too, like all these bastards and bitches. That is, unless you're a tourist, like the no-lifers who must watch
Fuck
others
is he planning?
live to feel anything.
Provocative, this one.
What do you think I am?
Oh my! One drink and already flirting? Bold.
30. Even. Red.
Ah, yes. Fucking done here.
I wonder if it just gives it to me.
Place your bets.
I bet that way because everyone bet black, by the way.
Can't help feeling I interrupted something when I walked up.
Do not worry yourself about this.
Oh,
Oh.
come on. V is just being cordial.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I can't look away.
N'est-ce pas, V? You weren't snooping just now,
23.
were you?
Odd. Red.
Still no sign from Reed, V. Got a sinking feeling about this.
Huh.
Place your bets, please.
8's my magic number, so gonna go with 8.
This is actually like my dialogue options.
You got me. On to you big time. But in my defense, you guys stand out. Even in a crowd like this one.
Oh, really? Listening to conversations of strangers can be dangerous. Sometimes you can hear more than you can handle.
Listen, Reed's MIA for now, can't wait for him. Gotta do both scans on your own.
We were discussing local politics, specifically our host, Monsieur Kurt Hansen. Big fish selling big guns for big money. Yet here you have celebrities, politicians,
The fuck
even
am I
the
supposed to
chief
scan
of
him?
police.
Oh.
So I was thinking, perhaps Hansen would do better by being a véritable businessman, no? I claim he would. Mon cher frère disagrees.
21. Odd. Red.
Guess it's not my lucky day.
Place your bets, please.
Scan him now. It's why you went there.
Who is Kurt Hansen really? A crucial question.
Tread carefully with that duo, V.
Businessman.
What do you think? Will you tell?
Hansen's a suit without a suit. if you catch my drift.
Oh my fucking god, you Americans. You used to have more imagination.
Safe.
Tossing you around, V. Don't let her. Level the field.
Ask a gonk question, get a gonk answer. Deservedly, I'd say.
Touché. Empty banter aside, a stupid man the colonel is not. He should diversify revenue.
Businessman was a safe answer.
28. Even. Black. Place your bets, please.
Tu ne serais pas en train de devenir trop pote avec lui?
Mais fais pas ton jaloux, petit frère. C'est pas comme si on allait baiser, lui et moi.
Dead.
Charming little show you're putting on.
You see, Emmerich, we are charming. I mean, Hansen could take Dog down by the throat, eject the junkies, and make it a paradise for billionaires. Just getting rich is dull. You should work for the community. Invest, create jobs, throw banquets.
Peace, Bleach.
She's getting chatty. Doing good, V.
And charities are excellent washing machines. You launder billions, believe me.
11. Odd. Black. Place your bets, please.
You're so childish, it's beautiful.
What?
Hansen going missionary position in business? Nonsense.
Reed's still not responding. But you keep working it. Let's go. Swap twins.
Divide them. Ooh, spicy.
Do something, anything to get
Now
more
you're
than
thinking,
one
friend.
sentence out of this
Wearing
wannabe
digi
mind.
blinders.
Excuse me?
For fuck's sake, V.
No offense, but you're claiming there's no point in Hansen going legal. He's making great scratch as a criminal.
Yes? And?
Meaning, sure, he can stay in his comfort zone.
Distracted
not
now.
Eddie's, or, with a bit of legwork, become an untouchable gazillionaire. Tons of hustlers, plain criminals, out there donned suits. Fuckers are truly above the law now.
Wow, just opened him up. Nice.
14. Even.
Et ben
Red.
voilà, c'est comme ça qu'on fait.
Place your bets, please.
Gotta break him out of his prison, guys.
Care to expand? Floor is yours.
Allow me to say, V. Arms or property, it would make no difference to me what I said. And to spend 5 years on efforts to change how people see you, call you, to be upstanding in the eyes of others, I could not give a shit.
20. Even. Black. Place your bets.
The idea is to
Getting there. Almost got it.
go back to the
Give me
sister.
something big now. Make him laugh or cry, I don't care.
Please place your bet.
Like the tingle of risk.
Oh mon vieux, t'as pas d'idée.
Yeah,
Thinking we can add a little spice to our game.
fucking crazy.
I'm listening.
My, I too am curious.
How about we go all in? Bet everything we won tonight.
And we play different colors, yes? You win or we do, and either you or we lose all.
My thoughts exactly.
A moment. You join the table, buy drinks, talk and talk.
That's too much.
Now you wish to risk everything? I find this disquieting.
My earpiece moved too fast,
Perhaps
guys.
you could now tell us about yourself.
Tread lightly.
Professional thief, that's who I am. Robbed the Orinobu Arasaka once. Figured I'd rob Hansen too.
You can't clam up.
Or you for that matter.
You have to give him something.
Ah, isn't he
FIA
marvelous?
agent might be a joke, but they might also take it
You
seriously.
choose first then.
I haven't been keeping track of this. I don't think it even matters. I think he's been betting black all night.
We are red, as our hair. A luscious color.
So I'm pretty sure this guy was betting black for the most part. I wasn't really keeping track of it. That assumes the writing's good enough to understand that.
Allez, 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 allez.
That's Hansen, right?
21. Odd. Red.
Oh. Got him.
You win some, you lose some, folks. Leave us for a moment, if you please.
Oh, that's not good. Here, buddy.
I know your friend Reed is FIA. My natural assumption is you're an agent too. I'm also guessing you two took it upon yourselves to save the president, then exfil her out of Dogtown. I should send you back to Night City in body bags, filled with pieces.
Try. I'm the fucking Dovahkiin.
You trying to scare me?
Dunno.
That means
We're
he's
just
fishing.
talking, aren't we?
You're not about to kill us. Got it right?
To be honest, I got tired of the media circus. All the allegations.
I don't
thrown
think
in
he's
my
responsible
face,
for the president.
Bullshit propaganda. Luckily,
It seems like he has an empire here and he doesn't want to destabilize it, which a president would do. So he either leaves Hans or Sungmi.
Always willing to help. Don't you worry. Got your back, Colonel.
I will let you and Reed walk free of this place. In one piece. On your own 2 feet. Consider it a gesture of my goodwill.
Wish we could prod more here.
Your little bird came to me on her own, though. She was tired of breaking international laws on the president's whim. She simply had to run away. Breaching the Black Wall, jeopardizing the net, all humankind's safety, in fact, for personal gain? I wonder what Netwatch would say.
Take over the place and kill her?
Myers. Also,
I don't even
tell
know
her
what
her
Netwatch
toy
is,
of
how it
mass
exists.
destruction is my friend now. And she should get the fuck out of my backyard, or the world will learn about her games. I've matters to attend to.
He's using
You'll
an
find
assertive
Mr.
tone.
Reed downstairs.
Okay, V. Got all we need.
Sheesh, colossal prick. Hear what he
Trying to be
said?
assertive and scare me.
Caught it all. Didn't like it one bit either.
Son of
But
a
it-
bitch said I'd find Reed downstairs.
Yeah, heard him. Wasn't crazy about his tone.
But this also, I mean, there's a lot of that was posturing. But this also lends itself that Song Mead or someone else is responsible for this, like Mr. Hands.
Right down to one.
I think it's Mr.
Now what's up
Hands.
with Saul?
I think it's Mr. Hands, guys. I think he's the one that's responsible for all this. I think Song Mi is taking advantage of what's here, but I think Mr. Hands is the one that actually perpetuated it and started it. Mr. Hands wants Hansen's gig. He wants to take over Dogtown. Their hair is orange? True story. Where'd he go? I thought he came down over here. Can't get drinks anymore?
Thanks.
I can't buy or sell my chips back, I guess.
You're going to eat something, Lizzie. No buts. Can't run on empty forever.
Yes, you can.
Let it go, Avi. I'm a firecracker on an empty stomach. You
Have
know
a stomach.
that.
Well, she
And
does,
the
but...
night is young.
Hey there, Lizzie.
Oh, it's you. Some nerve you have just chatting me up.
What?
After leaving me high and dry with a rotting corpse.
Is there a problem, Lizzie?
Not at all, Avi. This nobody was leaving.
What if?
I believe we left her to deal with the mess she made when she had killed someone. Yeah, because she has like whatever the cyberpsychosis is for people that just convert their entire body. Yeah, so she's like a suicidal maniac now. Which apparently she's making money off of, so good for her. OnlyFans for killing people. Seeing if we have any dialogue options here. I don't think so. Fucked up with her. Some people are like super fucking literal where they get pissed off if... Let's go talk to Mr. Hands just to fuck with things. See if he actually is a dialogue option right now. Lizzie wasn't an option before. Could be that we just didn't see her earlier. She wasn't at the bar earlier, though.
Stage entrance, artists only.
Yeah.
Just in case you're still wondering why I hate corporate rats and political whores. You're a hired gun and petty thief, but I'd say your presence at this party is still raising the moral bar.
Oh. Fuck you, Johnny. Probably would have had some options with Lizzie if I didn't fuck her. I forgot I left her with the body.
No need to worry. Routine verification. Please enjoy your evening.
Going.
No, Wendy O. Williams. Toughest ass rocker girl ever. Took her own life when I
BGS? Who's BGS?
Was she here? She'd fucking burn the
Writing in this game's pretty good, just like
blow
Witcher.
everyone and everything up to high heaven.
And I need to know this because...
I'd give all the parties I ever went to, including this one, to see her live and in concert just once. That's why. Now let's Delta the fuck out of here.
Bethesda.
You still got the chance.
I'd agree. Starfield writing was at times very bland. Starfield, as I mentioned, one of the biggest problems with the game, I don't know if you've been here for my Starfield game cast, but Starfield has a problem with there just being too much content and a lot of it just being very mediocre or boring. One of the best mods they probably could make for that game is a POI mod, in which basically they tell you where, like, the mod tells you where the best quests are to go and do, to have the most enjoyment out of the game. Yeah. That was basically one of the biggest conclusions I came to towards the end of my Starfield streams was it needs a POI mod. It needs something that tells you where the best stuff is so you can go and look at it. And it doesn't have one of those. I'm sure someone might make one. I posted a bunch of different places about it, hoping someone would catch on to it. But it suffers. People get burned out. I still haven't completed the faction quest. People get burned out well before they're basically, they see everything that they should. Because there's so much garbage between just stuff. There's so much stuff between basically, seeing the good stuff and just getting caught up on things that really don't matter. That's pretty cool. As I mentioned yesterday, guys, I mean, this is obviously virtual reality, right? This is fake. This is in my system, but I do think one of the coolest things that's going to happen is ARG, which hasn't really taken off yet, but the whole idea of wearing around your VR headset and having artificial reality imposed over life instead of being brought into artificial reality should come into your life. Like this, for instance, basically like what you're seeing right here. Hasn't really been done. Google Glass kind of was it, but still not it. And Apple Glass might kind of be it, but probably won't be it. I think this is really the application for VR. VR is not about going into the net, at least until we can jack in. It's about doing stuff like this, which honestly could be pretty fucking cool. We could do it today, too, but just no one's doing it. Everyone's just focused on VR. How's it? VR is a gimmick.
Thinking about what that prick said.
Songbird's a walking, talking WMD. And Hansen's got her on a tight leash.
And he can prime her for use whenever he wants. Listen, V, we need to get her out.
Well, I mentioned this before, is like Adderall writing. It was, all the writing felt the same. Every choice that you make, there's 4 different options, and they all basically meant the same thing, and did the same thing.
Can't imagine it happening.
It's like just looking at writing from one perspective and giving you options that don't matter. And then all of the, like, the quests in the area were, like, felt the same.
Fucked.
Myers will either have to take the fall, let herself be buried in dirt for this, or she'll defy the world and spark another war. Fuck me. Oh, just once I'd like to see things go smoothly, as planned. This feels so very, very wrong.
But even if the choices don't do different things, it just didn't sound different.
You and your tune best be headed the fuck out now.
Buddy, you missed us.
Straight on from here. Gonna walk you 2 out.
Come on, V. No reason to hang.
Reed.
Not the time, V.
I mean, we could kill everyone.
Move it. Let's go.
Why is this even an option?
Move it. Let's go.
Why is this an option? Why do we have the option of a confrontation here? Hack them and shit. Did I save? I did save.
Move it. Let's go.
Should we make a mess of things? And why should we make a mess of things?
Move it. Let's go.
Like most games wouldn't even give you an option here. You just walk out of the building. I don't know, guys. I don't actually know why I would want to...
Move it. Let's go.
Just to show Hansen that I can't be messed around with? To make a statement? Because obviously we can just kill all these guys. This isn't a problem.
Oh, yeah? Make me.
No, V. Let's just go.
Outrunning me. There's a lot of baddies here, though. I can't run fast enough, guys. Depends on how you stack... Oh, because we didn't kill all of them, they're...
Leaving already? How was the party? You have a good time?
They aren't aggro to me?
Ignore him. We'll be out in moments.
Just kill these guys, too, couldn't we?
Good call.
I like how his face turned... So, if you guys didn't notice that, guys, when I said, you can't make me, his face went from, like, kind of like a normal look to a fucking frown. That's a pretty good touch. Like, they didn't let you out of the building without a fight?
Fuck off. Follow me.
Yeah, I made sure to do that stealth on the way in, because I felt like it mattered. We didn't kill anyone in the building. Well, we made someone commit suicide, but that was an accident. Yeah. I mean, the part with Reed through the catwalk was difficult. That took us a couple times.
All set.
Figured it out, though.
You got thorough scans of the runners. Both of them. Yourself.
Yep.
I said we got everything.
Well. And then you, excused yourself.
I even told him to fuck off just now and we didn't get in a fight with him.
How about you spill where you've been? What happened? Had us worried.
By the way, a perfect example of stuff you do in a game mattering.
When confronted, I behaved. They'd cornered me, got me before we could meet up. Forget the rest. How'd it go at the table? Anything to worry about?
Hansen showed up. We chatted.
Just checking on us.
Threats were made, actually. Said if Myers doesn't let up, the world will learn about Songbird Pierce and the Blackwall.
He clearly knows what Somi means to the president.
Personal WMD, you mean? Yeah. Hansen knows all. Need to get her the fuck out, Reed. Really.
I was afraid of this. Okay. P, Alex and I have work. We need to analyze the data from Songbird. Might take a day or two.
Preem. Open comms line, then?
Sure. We'll work out a game plan.
But Myers is gone. She's out of the city.
Oh, and V, bang up work.
Pretty good. Like I said, some of the quests you really want to stealth, and this is one of them. It felt that way. Like if we went in and shit in his house, he probably wouldn't have liked that very much. Not that we won't in the future, but you know, sometimes relations are important, right? Yeah, like the big one that was difficult was the catwalk, which is trying to figure out what they actually expected. I think we're going to pretend that we don't understand what Songbird's doing for now. Once again, I can think around the writing all I want, but if the writers are not good enough to present options and look at things from a different perspective, it doesn't matter. Writers for CD Projekt Red are pretty fucking good. It's not like the shitty Adderall writing from the US. This is pretty good stuff, just like with Witcher is pretty fucking good. And being able to not only have multiple options, but also having to feel like the game is different when you're doing them is actually pretty important. And this isn't normally in games I don't take time to do options and analyze them. It's just in games like this and like Witcher, sometimes it feels like you're actually, making a decision that does matter. And I think it changes the story enough where I feel like it matters, even if the outcome's not different. It changes the story enough where it feels like it's something I want to do, and it's enjoyable for me to actually spend time on it, which is pretty neat. There aren't many games that do that, guys. There aren't many TV shows that do that, or media in general. I admit, once Hansen got his claws into me, I thought it was that was it. Game over, but suddenly you show up, you again. The right place, the perfect time. This isn't over, V, not anymore. What? So she doesn't know that we know that she planned stuff with Hansen. Hansen basically confirmed that Song-Mi came to her looking to start something. She came to him specifically. Hansen, who I don't believe is... he's very upfront. I don't believe he actually was BSing. I'm pretty sure he was just like, yeah, she's my bitch now. Fuck you. One of those aggressive, meaty, pound your chest moments. But Song-Mi is still pretending that she's being held prisoner. When he vanished, still not sure that wasn't on purpose, so we can actually allude to knowing. And it could be one of these things where... So some people are kind of weird, where you actually confront them about the stuff they're lying about, and they'll come clean, and they'll actually be better off. But then there's also some people that will burn it to the ground if they know. Try. We'll probe. I think it was intention that is to be Hansen's prisoner. Please, I know ways to complicate my life. Fortunately, I know better ways to complicate my life. Fortunately for us both, I never make the same mistake twice. But seriously, remember, we're in this together. Now, stay in touch. Okay. I don't know. I still think it might be a third party. I think it's neither Hansen nor Song Mi. I think it might be Mr. Hands that is, making this all happen. So. Also, by the way, it's kind of cool hearing how someone else did that and it worked differently. Someone else is in my chat telling me that no matter what, you'd aggro them on the catwalks. You know, when you're playing the sniper game, you aggro them on the catwalks. We found a way around that, because the way this works is there's almost always a way to play this game passively, and it's something to consider, is almost every interaction in this game is made to have a pacifist outcome, because there is a pacifist option. So, if you're in doubt, just remember that you can do pacifism runs. Hey, buddy. Yeah, you didn't see me either. Yeah, so the guys in the lobby, little bit of resentment. Apparently that we just got in there without actually. I don't know if it actually counted the guy that I made commit suicide because it didn't raise the alarm, but it maybe. Well, there's a lot of things that Bethesda could have done. It really felt like they bit off more than they could chew. I don't think, like, Starfield's a horrible game by any means. I wouldn't have played it for a month. And I actually might even go back to do it. Let's actually do one of these. Might even go back to it. My people have Reinder. They'll get him to the proper care and through evaluation. Thanks for putting him in touch. So Reinder we kind of saved. That was a side gig. Reinder we saved, who has very likely has cyberpsychosis. And we sent him to Regina. Force him to contact you. Careful, prone to aggression, that one. Onset of cyberpsychosis is confirmed. So we might actually... It wasn't just to save Reinder. It's also the fact that we have someone that is like going into cyberpsychosis, so that maybe they can develop a cure. Hey guys, what's going on over here?
Read your future.
I can't make him cyberpsychosis.
Alright, flipping you the cords. This little cruiser's very eager to swap hands.
They have some kids, too. But yeah, like, good writers really, 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 really help with the game. Luckily, Starfield had more going for it than just writing, but... By the way, if you don't kill the guys at the car, they chase you. So you kill them right away, and it saves you some hurting. Strike teams from Microsoft, what does that mean? By the way, the concert... Oh, my God. By the way, they're going to change the clock in... they're going to change the clock in the next update. Apparently, they consider it unfair. So, if you actually aggroed the guys on, like, on the way in, did you get the same, like, concert and inside scene? Concert, by the way, was a very nice touch. Where they used the in-game soundtrack and then added a, like a... Probably are not making this, by the way. Maybe, that's only 2 kilometers. Yeah, I mean, that's just not really any different than QA testers. That sounds like speculation. I've never heard of strike teams before. Deliver the vehicle in good condition. Optional. Tails though, so this is pretty... I think we have to worry about is the timer, which timer is actually plenty of time for this one. Problem ones is where you get fucking police on you, you get the people chasing you, and then it's like 4 kilometers away.
Listen, folks. I'm gonna try my bestest
Hi.
to keep a sharp eye on things for you. But I gotta be straight with you. I can't possibly do it alone.
Fuck me. Well, we probably are not actually
anything
getting...
sus. Anything you feel we all need to know about ASAP, zip me the deets pronto, and I will get the word out. After confirming the intel, of course. I mean, this ain't the fucking network news. Craving another fix of fresh finds?
God, fucking go
Here's
away.
another batch.
I think it takes a minute, too. Okay, I can't... Oh, because we hit someone in the corner there. It takes a minute to lose the police. That's painful.
I guess it'll do, V. Maybe switch
Fuck
up
off.
the game. Try
What are you doing? Anything?
My man will take care of the rest.
Oh.
Token of my appreciation's waiting for you.
All because we nudged someone on the sidewalk. Some machine gun, money shard. Obi. Jesus Christ. Apparently it takes a minute. Takes a minute to lose it. Let's get rid of this thing too, fuck that. Apparently my MOG is not what I had. Fuck is my transmog, guys? There. Attribute point 1. 8? I don't think we can get 15 body or 20 body. Fortunate. Wait. Basically, all the guns that matter are the iconic guns, so this really doesn't matter at all. This is all just generic RNG stuff that I'm deleting right now. I'm probably going to end up deleting some something that actually has decent stats on it, too. Attack, damage resistance. Yep. Yeah, so I had a problem yesterday. Sometimes it bugs out, too. I had a problem yesterday where a guy just walked over the top of Reed just out of nowhere. Just, like, literally just walks out and just, not walks out. Like, at the elevator, I tried to distract the guy with a container, and he just went and looked at the container, and then pathfinded over the top of Reed out of nowhere. Didn't do later on when I did the same thing. But there's some things it doesn't present you, like you go underneath the front with a catwalk, and then you're supposed to distract people, and then you're supposed to use the cameras. Really kind of questionable what you're supposed to do. You don't know what you're supposed to do. And you kind of have to figure it out on your own. Damage, I mean, we use it all the time. Might as well. Have an upgrade. It would be nice if we could put a slot on something we can't. But yeah, I don't know. I could definitely see there being a QA team, or I assume there's actually, I don't know about a strike team, but like with pretty much everything, it seems like there's oversight from the company. Tell you what to do. And so I wouldn't put that past Microsoft to do something like that. Expansion quest. I could definitely see that, but I think Starfield itself is kind of, they 100% just what they planned on doing was too ambitious for what they're able to accomplish. And the game suffered because of it. I think the biggest things they did in the game, most egregious things in the game, is the UI. I think the UI ruins the experience for a lot of people. People are like, oh, it's just a UI, but it's not. You interact with it all the time, and if it's painful to do, you're not going to enjoy the game. It's not going to be enjoyable at all. Regardless of what you might think, it's a pain in the ass to do everything. Crafting in that game is a pain in the ass. Organizing your inventory, one of the most ridiculous pains of ass in the game. Why you have to have the Star UE mod. I don't know who Bree is. I don't remember. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely felt like that game either needs polishes or mods, and it's getting a shitload of mods right now, so. Bree, guys. I don't remember who Bree is.
Pretty swanky pad for a media's pocket. Back in my day, the press lived in fucking roach closets. Lockups both ways.
Generating day cream with gold nanoparticles. Oh my god.
Huh. What's this?
Really, dickweed? That looked like a bamboo to you?
Kiss my ass.
The fuck is that? Dog-eared coffee stains. Dog-eared's where the pages get the little edge to them. Burn them a lot. Save. Fine bottle and glass. Ah, normal. Like, it's like the equivalent, guys, like, if you see shit like this in, like, a chick's apartment, this is equivalent of, like, a guy seeing, like, beer cans around. It seems more classy, but it's basically identical. When you see something like this, it's basically identical to a guy that cracks beers and just leaves beer cans around. Is it a pin board with strings? Oh, no strings, guys. Art is self-control. Nation is unknown.
Well, well, well. Right. Let's see what's here. Huh. Interesting.
Fuck. Scan that. Militech logo, 2010s. Card's gotta be at least 60 years old. Didn't find that in a kabuki bargain bin. Makes me think. What's this Bree chick up to?
Question. Right to Mr. Hands. Apparently these are interactable little wires, guys. Very, very strong wires. I think most people, if they ran into this, would expect just to walk through it, even if it, you know, normally it has physics. I don't think people would care.
Hey, you're not Bree.
I'm not.
What are you doing here?
So do we piss him off, or we tell him that we try to bamboozle him?
Bree asked me to drop in, pick something up. On my way to see her now.
Sure. Sorry. I, heard some noise. I thought maybe Bree was back. Been a while since I've seen her. I'm next door. Thought I should come take a look.
As a guy that's
Got some
in
dodgy
Twitter pated
chooms
with
hanging
her.
around the building lately.
What sort of chooms?
Dunno. Definitely don't live in the building. Looked kinda like small-town gangoons. Not even. Just thugs.
Yes?
Just tell Bree to take care of herself, you hear?
You don't need to kill him. Sometimes you should make conversation, guys, you know? Bamboozle him a bit.
I am the law.
Got it.
Expect that.
You need a new wardrobe, handsome. Maybe Giovanni Brizzi can save you.
Ow.
That hurt!
It. Interesting. When I think about the people that compared Baldur's Gate to Starfield, Slow Day on Twitter, it's like, you guys remember when any new game out, like, if you roll back Twitch like a decade ago, obviously we aren't on Twitch, but if you roll back streaming like a decade ago, guys, every single time there was a video game comparison, people compared it to Halo. It's fucking comparing it to Halo, and now it's compared to COD. And even then, that's kind of worn off, but it's the same shit where people just take two completely different games, and they'll just go, hey, this is comparable to this. Like, Starfield has its problems, and obviously you can rate how good Starfield is as a game, but Baldur's Gate is not anywhere comparable to Starfield in any way, shape, or form. Not even, like, Cyberpunk kind of is, because it's a shooter, right? But even then, Starfield is immensely huge. It's a huge fucking game. And Cyberpunk is much more contained. It's much, 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 much smaller. And that's why they could do a better job on it. You know, Skyrim, Fallout 4, much, much smaller games. Eat with brie? Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, I thought that was very weird. The comparison between Cyberpunk and Starfield was better, but... Have you seen Baldur's Gate? Isn't it so much better than Starfield? Isn't it so much better than Starfield? Like, completely different games. And, like, I actually kind of, like, wanted to stream Baldur's Gate, because it actually seems pretty cool. Like, I don't mind turn-based games, but very select viewership that can watch this sort of thing, because it is a turn-based game. The writing seems very, very good, but once again, only certain people are willing to watch it, so. Story-driven game. But there's, like, nothing comparable between Starfield and, it's a fucking elite. We couldn't make him commit suicide. I'm not doing right. Oh my god. Holy shit, he dove out of the way. He actually got out of his car to use a stim. And then he dove out of the way when I was about to run him over. Oh my god. Fuck this truck in front of me. Oh, that happened. Dude, that fucking truck's moving. The fuck is that shit? Dude. There you go. Did it just explode behind me? Oh my god. My god. Not the person! Normally we'd try drifting a bit, but I don't think I can. The time limit either. We've been here before.
Thanks for the help, V. My chum will do the finishing touches. Check the drop point, your reward. Just don't spend it all on XPDs and glitter.
Get another masterpiece delivered by Arasaka. Tier engineer. Tier shards are definitely worth it. Especially getting to 50. I don't know how close we are to 50 yet. They take forever to get, though. 60, actually. 54 for Netrunner. I believe the shards are supposed to be a catch-up mechanic, because there's some things, like, unless you play a certain way, you're just never going to get them. Karen's level design was done by 2 people. Excuse you guys. Pardon you, excuse you, I'm driving. Thank you. They definitely wanted to give you a beast car, and this car seems to do a little bit, pretty much everything well, so. Excuse you. It's like wants to make me go watch some anime. It's an OST for an anime? Yeah, I do think that Starborn system, the whole New Game Plus system in Starfield was convoluted as fuck, and they didn't know what they're doing. They wanted to add a new game Plus to the game, and they did a horrible job at it. The whole point of Bethesda games is like gathering loot and building your character. And New Game Plus in that game tears everything down. It tears it all apart. Like, the whole game itself and the Bethesda method, like, the ideology of Bethesda, like, completely works against how they designed New Game Plus for that game. This doesn't make sense. You actively do not want to do New Game Plus. I didn't want to do New Game Plus in that game. Still don't want to do New Game Plus in that game. That's not the way the game should be, by the way. Even if it's kind of like the way New Game Plus works in other games, it's not. It did not work out for Starfield at all. Made it to Nairobi. It's Paco. Paco's the guy that. Oh, they're alive. He sold a bunch of generators, which is terrible, but we did anyways. Like, what? Why would I want to be a Starborn in... Like, the powers all pretty much suck. They're just like, eh. It seems like they just, like, drew them up on a napkin. I don't know why I'm in combat right now. I don't plan on doing another car.
Talking change today, folks. The positive kind. Doesn't happen often, but when it does, it usually comes after shit's hit the fan. That's the way I see it anyway. See, humans are conservative creatures by nature. Tend not to do anything even mildly uncomfortable unless they really have to. Even if it's good for them.
And some people like burning shit to the
Some
ground,
have to hit
so.
rock bottom to get their shit together and even try to make a difference. And that's just change on a personal level. Want to go bigger? Make a positive impact on society? It's gonna take more than words, more than actions even. That requires a grand fucking gesture. Like, say, burying an axe in the heads of 3 tiger claws for raping and killing one of your dolls. A la Lizzie Borden. Now that was some statement. Sure, bastards killed her for it, but that just sealed the deal. Damage was done, fuse was lit, and oh boy did that bomb go off. We rioted right across Night City, formed the mocks, and it all became a symbol of something uber important.
Okay, we're done with that. Done with their podcast hour. I will say, guys, there are a lot of people that, you know, put aside people like being comfortable, which I 100% agree with. There are some people that literally will, like, they love the idea of burning shit to the ground. And the thing about it is, where they're like, let's replace a system because it sucks, they don't think far enough ahead of what we should replace a system with. That's the important bit. It isn't that you want to replace a system or tear something down. It's that you want to replace it with something else that's better. And a lot of people that advocate for change do not think that far enough ahead. Or how do we balance this? Like, it's just like video game balance it. How do we balance this mechanic out that we want to add to a system? Or how do we want to add this and make things work out at the end? You know, because you have to think ahead of just change itself. And there's a lot of people that don't do that shit, guys. Even in game, I mean, there's just a fucking podcast from a game, but there's a lot of people that believe that in real life. They're just like, yeah, let's fucking change shit, and then they don't actually think far enough ahead of what comes after that change. Even the romance makes it different, and then Bethesda forcibly kills one of your companions.
Grimy.
Not happy with that one.
Better look around.
Was also kind of, yeah, I'm surprised there isn't a mod that just brings back your lover from death. Doesn't even need to make sense. Just bring him back. Fuck Bethesda. Yeah, the romance was tragic. I don't know what they were doing with that. Yeah, I mean, they could have done Starborn better. They could have made it where it builds upon your current game, or maybe you can take something with you or something, or take some things with you. You know, I don't know. So if you build an outpost, you spend a shitload of time doing that, right? You just, oh hey, by the way, let's go Starborn. You're like, what? Yeah, we're just gonna delete everything. Wait, what? You know, like, okay. Yeah, I just spend a bunch of time making outposts, gathering stuff, building up my ship, and you just want to fucking reset it. Okay. Yeah, romances were fucking pretty terrible. Athletic. Usually when the data shards matter, guys, you actually have to read the content of them. It doesn't just give it to you. I came in before? Like when we did the quest with the president? It is, isn't it? Yeah, this is where we came in with the president before. Same building. I remember going through the tunnel. Going in this room and doing things with that computer there. Like the opening... Yeah, I don't know, the whole... Regardless of how they wanted to do New Game Plus in that game, the way that they did it did not work at all for that game. It is actively fighting against what you try to accomplish in Bethesda games. Which, I mean, I guess maybe that makes it more prolific, right? That makes it more philosophical. No, it just makes people not want to play your game. We did come over here before. This was blocked by the grate. Last time we were here. Actually went down there. Another way to come through, if I remember right. What's going on in here, guys?
Hold it!
Bree, right? Hand send me.
You get the card?
I can't do that anymore. That was a cool tree.
This what you wanted?
Cool tree allows you to disarm people in conversation.
Sorry. But, you know, I can't trust anyone.
Huh? You cut off both your hands.
Great. Give me the card. We'll go inside. Shouldn't remain in plain sight.
Here. Might have mentioned this was about Militech from the get-go. You even listening to me?
Yeah, let's go.
I wouldn't say Starfield's a dungeon crawler. I mean, it kind of is if you do the repeatable areas. You know, a lot of it is about looting.
Nobody's been here in the last decade.
Like a world builder is what I'd say, rather than a dungeon crawler. Like, that's why I think the New Game Plus definitely did not work for its favor. It's because you try to build up the world, as in most Bethesda
Some of the
games.
security measures might still be active, so you go first.
Nope. Not going anywhere till you explain a few things.
Oh. Didn't think I was paying you to ask questions, but okay. What do you want to know so badly?
Start with the card. Where'd you get it?
Borrowed it from the Militech archives. Pity for it to just keep gathering dust. Militech's not in the habit of sharing. So I'm gonna grab some of its secrets myself.
And you want to learn them because...
Aren't we curious? Militech, like any corp, has skeletons in closets. This here's one such closet. Netwatch has been hunting for these skeletons for ages. And I'm trying to hunt down this story. So here we all are, chasing each other's tails. Now inside, scan if it's safe.
But yeah, I don't think it's a dungeon crawler in the traditional sense. I mean, you do go into places and you gather loot and you loot up, and that's actually kind of one of the downsides that, like, once again, New Game Plus didn't work in its favor, because if you don't do New Game Plus, the game kind of ends around 35. There just isn't new content for you to do. Like, it doesn't really get more difficult. There aren't really new guns and stuff.
Got a tight schedule, you know?
Yeah, kind of curious. Songbird was talking about how Militech
Got
is...
turrets, but they're offline. Come on in.
That's where we're getting our Blackwall tech from, underground.
Shit. Card's not working. Hang on. Let me see if there's another route. This way. Let's go.
I wonder if Hans and her are working together.
Lucky so far, but watch out. Can't know what these old systems will do.
Actually, turrets like these operate in sequential circuits.
Actually?
Hacking one triggers a feedback loop that boots up others.
Actually?
So don't hack any of them. Go in.
Bitch. Can I kill her?
Your face! Scanner didn't recognize you! Take him out!
Fuck is that? I was behind the wall. Fuck is that shit? What? I turned it off!
Your face! Scanner didn't recognize you!
How? Unless it was the turret. Fucking camera's hacking, guys. Show you to hack me. Let's turn off the turret. I basically told her not to... Yeah, I think I turned off the turret. Whatever, we can turn it off with my normal hack, so... I can't even ping them. That's interesting.
Keep it moving. Let's go.
2013 Militech. Huh?
Come on! We don't have time.
Yeah, we do. Who the fuck's gonna be here?
All clear now.
Cameras in the urinals?
Gents first.
Reed told me you're not exactly healthy. Tell her. She's in deep enough. We'll tell her about the relic. Worse and weirder than it sounded. Hot. What'd you think? She's trying to relate. My folks gave up on reality, jacked into BDs, getting scop, slurry, and drugs pumped into their bodies from their feeder unit 24/7. My best chum from my childhood got into BD, ex-BD Blizz, dragged me into it with them, and then left me there. Aw, she became a prostitute. Good for her. Ex-BD to the FIA. Grew up trying to get in Dreamland, to find my Dreamland and become a star. What I found is I was BD studio that wasn't scouting for new talent, but prospective FIA agents, so I bet my future on agency... I mean, if your porn agencies are looking for secret agents, that's kind of an interesting future. If I had my future and a man came and called me friend, just was end up another godforsaken slum, so whenever it tells me not to worry, that everything's under control, I call bullshit. Well, everyone, that's... everything's alright is a platitude, guys. I think most people understand when you ask someone how's it going, almost everyone's going to reply, pretty good. It's alright, good. You know, it could be better, right? It is a platitude. It's what we call platitudes. So that's nothing really outside the ordinary there. Fair, I suppose I can say I've had a decent grip on conditions so far. It happens because of your own choices, not those of others. Sometimes people do influence your ability to make choices, so I don't think that's true either. Yep. Fuck you.
Come on, we don't have time.
How we do?
Your face!
God damn it.
Scanner didn't recognize you. Holy shit!
Good. They like try to ninja you with cameras around corners and shit, and you can't ping them either. I don't know why, like, so I actually have an ability that identifies cameras, and I don't know why it's not working properly. Maybe the talents bug. That's supposed to be like one of the talents in the control tier.
Keep it moving.
Or not control, it's hacking area, hacking tier. Like, I can't even back up in time, it just instantly grabs you. Cameras around corners, guys.
Come on, we don't have time.
Can I kill her hands, please?
Keep it moving. Let's go.
Actually gives Solo interesting. A hidden camera.
great. Keep it up. Phew. We're almost there.
We're trying to hold her back so I get a first dibs on whatever the fuck is here before she actually gets a chance to scoop it, which she's not telling me about.
Come on, we don't have time.
Yeah, we do. So, like, her bitching at you constantly, I think, is intentional to make you feel uneasy, so you just run through it as fast as possible. Just do what you're supposed to. Intentionally. CD Projekt Red is intentionally trying to make the characters egg you on so you do things wrong.
Can't have bad luck all the time.
I don't know if the camera's there for all the rooms, though.
We made it. The mainframe. The host.
And I get some clothes from it.
Unbelievable. There's even files from the Third Corporate War here.
Yeah. Militech was tap dancing on its tits trying to keep Sokka from pushing him off the stage.
Shit. The oldest ones are encrypted. But wait. There's some newer footage.
I can't imagine really old
2068.
encryption mattering like
Must be
70
when they
years
came
later.
back. Come here. Take a look. Got a tight schedule, you know?
Maybe this does matter.
Go on. Take a look. Go on. Take a look.
Search results. No. We just have to go through all of them, or we might just go through all of them. I'm trying to make sure that there is. They look like this is weird for it to present it from as a choice, but whatever.
Yeah. Okay, it's recording. Senior Research Specialist Evan McCrae, this is day 3 of our expedition. We've moved some equipment to the bunker. The old rail system remains largely functional. They might have used it to transport heat exchangers from the lab once upon a time.
Talking about the Blackwall tech we're going after?
Mountain of old research here. I'll see if we can find a use for any of it.
The bastards were trying to reopen the project.
Well, Caesar managed to breach one of the data forts. He found fragments of some outdated code. Command controls for a weapon, perhaps? All we need now is an AI to merge its findings. Lisa will probe the Blackwall for any potential gateways. Huh? Oh, right. Day 39. Thanks, Lisa.
Hear that? They wanted to breach the Blackwall.
Okay.
Day 50, 5-0. We received orders from HQ to shut down and return home. They say we're not safe here anymore. Caesar's packed us. We await Lisa's return. Poor thing's been in the bunker for 2 days. Jacked in. Or is it 3? She just won't come out. She's trying to download the data from the fortresses, but we can't hope to take it with us if she does. Now that's it. I'm gonna get her, Caesar.
Well.
Shit. This is bigger than I thought. Militech using some rogue AI to augment their old weaponry? This is huge.
Yeah. Militech and some secret weapon. Street's been saying it for ages. Usually between worlds ending on Tuesday and Bart Moss is hibernating in a fridge.
Look, if it mattered, would have been old news years ago.
Kidding me?
They definitely want you just to get pissed off and start
Now
shooting
imagine a
stuff.
similar project, only
With the hidden
Militech's
cameras?
pushing the buttons. These things change the world, and not for the better. At least not for people like us.
Like other peeps haven't tried to contact Blackwall AIs. Failing to see the big break there.
Look, Voodoo Boys poking at the Blackwall is one thing, but one of the world's most powerful megacorps weaponizing a wild AI? Infinitely worse.
Long time ago, though.
When people learn Netwatch is busy hunting ordinary Joes while giving the megacorps free reign, imagine the outcry.
We don't know the timeline of Netwatch and if they're around while this was happening.
Look, if it mattered, would have been old news years ago.
Kidding me? You hear about Soul Killer? Now imagine a similar project, only Militech's pushing the buttons. These things change the world, and not for the better. At least not for people like us.
I mean, this still was a long time ago, and it was with, what they said, a corp war? I don't know when the timeline took place. They don't really do a good job of telling you how much time's passed since when this happened. But, you know, people start doing desperate things when push comes to shove, and maybe it's not on the agenda anymore. You know, like, there's a lot of really weird programs during World War II, and, you know, a lot of them were shut down, right? Some were pretty horrible. That doesn't mean it's, you know, they're still engaging in it today.
So we got it. Grab what you need. Let's Delta.
Dante!
Buddy.
What the?
Howdy, Bree.
Wait, who the hell is this guy?
Dante
Neighbor.
Caruso, Militech special agent. Second class, mind you.
Give it a rest, Bree.
He wasn't the neighbor.
Knew Bree was hiding in the area. Knew you had something to do with it. Just had to watch and wait. Thanks, kid. Hope you're not about to start defending her.
Save me.
Must have filled your head with all sorts of horse shit.
Said people like you were after her. We're gonna kill her. Hired me to keep that from happening.
Oh, Pilgrim. She told you she was a media, right? Yeah. Only journalism she's ever done was to write articles where he can muck at our competition.
Arasaka?
Ah. Can see those gears churning now. Yeah. Bree worked for Militech.
I thought he's Militech.
That true?
Yes. Took the gigs because that meant I got access to their archives. You gotta believe me. He knows I'm close. He wants to stop me.
Another failure to communicate. You don't know my mind, but I sure as hell know yours, Bree. A flag in the wind's what you are. Whose pocket are you in right now? Arasaka? Netwatch? That quant you were pulling intel from. Caesar Maharez. You know they zeroed him, right?
What's he talking about?
Can't you see he's threatening me? Militech murdered the scientist, now they're trying to murder me.
That's the emotional
I
angle.
gotta get this story out, where they'll kill everyone on the project, one by one.
Wrong. It's because of you Maharez got wiped. And what for, huh? The Eddies? Sorry, Bree.
Stop him, V!
Lab ain't big enough for the both of us.
Come on!
I don't know if that's the right call, but he was definitely about to kill her. And she wasn't trying to kill him, so...
What he was saying? Any truth to it?
Really? The man who just tried to kill us, you give a damn what he thinks?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I wrote some pulp garbage, sponsored articles. Rent doesn't pay itself. Thing is,
I didn't look enough at the paper and stuff around her
You
apartment.
realize you live in a dump and your life's a waste. And, well, I did it.
She didn't live in a dump. Ruh-roh, Scoob. Oh. Oh, she's playing us. Oh. She's 100% playing us. Remember how Johnny said when we walked into her apartment that back in his day, people used to live in the slums writing articles, and she lived in, like, this up-class apartment? Ah. I think we just got played, guys. I mean, we are hired to basically save her, regardless. I wish there was an easier way to incapacitate people without killing them. I'm getting played right now. We might reload. She's 100% playing us. But I don't like, want to kill her. She is 100% lying to us, like, hardcore. I just put that together when she was talking about her apartment being a slum, and it wasn't a slum. At all. Oh. Oh. We might reload and let him kill her. I don't know what other way we can detain her or stop her without him killing her. That's the whole reason I acted on that, was because he basically gave me no choice but to kill him to stop basically the aggression. It quick faded me too. You can see the dial happen in the top. Almost like it wants you to reload. It's an autosave. Autosave happened right here, so this wasn't a normal autosave. This is the game autosaving. Sometimes it does this. It'll actually intentionally save the game. It tells you it's an autosave, but it's not. Autosaves are like every 10 minutes or something. Oh, but I also don't want to kill her. Well, shit, guys. Oh. I mean, I should have actually just tried killing her again. I should have seen what happened if I actually killed her.
Sorry, Bree.
Stop him, V!
Lab ain't big enough for the both of us.
Great.
Come on, just zero him!
My God.
Think. You really want to stick your neck out for her?
Hold up the gun.
Bree, cover now!
You gave me no choice.
Remember how I mentioned before that the game sometimes gives you dialogue options, cutie events, like you're supposed to do an answer, otherwise bad things happen, and that sometimes it can give you answers where you shouldn't answer. But you just don't think that at all when it happens. Like, that's playing with human psychology, by the way, where it's like a split second. There's no two choices. The two choices are answer or don't answer, not two choices between the two answers, right? There's a third answer, which is just no answer.
Sorry, Bree.
Stop him, V!
Lab ain't
He
big
pulled out
enough
the
for
gun. I
both
thought
of
he was going to start shooting, and
Come
he
on,
didn't.
just zero him!
Think.
And if answering sure do just caused him to start
wanna
firing.
Stick your neck out for her? Made the right choice. If Bree printed this data, it'd set off a modern-day witch hunt. Who knows how many it'd hang?
Wanted to set it off? The fuck is this shit?
It was her. She's the one who gave him Mahares. Meaning, see for yourself.
Sold out.
What am I looking at?
A log of all her convos with Netwatch. Bree planned to sell the lab data, grab the eddies, and run. Like I said, still feeling sorry for her?
And kind of, he didn't need to kill her. As the whole thing I was trying to do was stop them from killing each other, and he still ended up killing her.
I'll wait.
I don't think there's a way to make this better.
Fucking hazed me. Can't believe she was only in it for the scratch.
Why'd you take your gig? Charity? Come on.
So the data. What's your plan? Saw the tapes. Militech was trying its damnedest to breach the black wall.
Listen to a little voice of reason. Forget, move on, live on. You find yourself losing sleep over it someday? Well, just turn over onto your other side.
Guessing Militech aims to secure the project. Resume research?
Maybe someday, sure. Not today, not tomorrow. Making it not our problem. Truth be told, hope I'm dead and gone before they do.
So, oh, dude, they don't give you enough information here. So, even though she fucked us, because she did fuck us, she was selling to Netwatch, which then would have came after Militech, which they should, right? They should come after Militech.
So, don't you owe me something for my trouble?
The voice clear?
Fine. Grab your cut. Now get lost, kid. Gotta wait for all the data to wander home.
Do they at any point allude to her working for Netwatch? Like, she's not really, like, working for Netwatch out of the good of her heart, right? She's getting paid, but it's still actually the right call. Is there another option here? There's no way there's another option. Yeah, well, Johnny's like, you know, bring the world down, but I kind of don't want Blackwall to happen.
Sorry, Bree.
Stop him, V!
Lab ain't big enough for the both of us.
Take her
Come
out.
on, just zero him!
Think. You really want to stick your neck out for her?
How does it feel, cowboy? Pulling triggers for a corp.
You hit those, they still don't go off on time.
My day. Try again if you want to surprise me. Not looking for gratitude.
I hit that last time at the last quarter and it didn't work.
Night's sleep. If Bree printed this data, it'd set off a modern day.
Oh my god. Normally there's a third option. It's not always apparent, but there is sometimes a third option here, guys, and we're only seeing two right now. I'm trying to find the third option, which I thought I had, and it wasn't there. Try this some other different way here.
Sorry, Bree.
Stop him, V!
Lab ain't big enough for the both of us.
Come on, just zero him!
Think. You really want to stick your neck out for her?
I don't think I can stand in the way of the bullet. Magic bullets, guys. It was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. Ah. Well, I do actually want to side with her now more than him, but they must have mentioned at some point we could figure out that she's working for Netwatch. Like, if you read the notes and shit.
Sorry, Bree.
Stop him, V!
Lab ain't big enough for the both of us.
Come on, just zero him!
There's something else here.
Think. You really want to stick your neck out for her?
Bree, cover now!
I can't. Target is immune to system collapse. Pretty hard on me, I'm not gonna lie here. Viable.
Come on out.
Thanks, V. I mean it.
Militech employee, set up Davis in the afterlife. I'm in his apartment, left in 3 days. Group 6A, group leaves. High-class apartment, but run-down, abandoned. Wilted plans clearly wasn't living here. List of clubs on desk. He was in the afterlife that night. Can regain his consciousness. Doesn't want to give names. Admits he was in the club, but he's under their protection. Why? Let him walk. I don't know what this exactly is about.
You and Dante know each other well?
Nah. He was just another Militech wet worker. Cowboy who reined in anyone one off the corpo leash. Betting he had loads of people like me on his conscience. But hey, I survived. And I'm gonna milk this chance for all it's worth.
Christ.
Can't wait to read the article.
Mm-hmm. You'll be the first to know.
Line
when
out her
it's ready.
teeth.
And then I'll take a long vacation. Far, far away from anyone wanting to find me. Killer corporates especially. Really helped me out, V. You go ahead. I'll grab the rest of the files myself.
Tactically, even if you punch people out, guys, it's not the same thing as incapacitating them. So I'm pretty sure the game just considers them dead right now.
Got a tight schedule, you know?
Biscuit? Heh. That's a gun name. Credit. I mean, it wasn't all for nothing. Maybe it was. Huh. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Whatever. I'm gonna side with her regardless. So, like, I understand she's doing it for profit, and not completely on board with that, but her giving it to Netwatch, probably much better than Militech doing this and Jin continuing it, so that's my rationale right there, and why we did it. I thought there might be a third option. I'm actually, like, the quests in Phantom Liberty, guys, are actually really good. I'm not gonna lie, they're actually pretty fucking good. And it leads me to actually, like, pondering decisions. Second, guys. Okay, let's see. I'm not going to redo it, but we're going to cheat here. See if there's a third way. By the way, the funny thing is about reading walkthroughs is there's walkthroughs are different from each other. Like, some of them don't actually get all the options. IGN says you have to kill Dante. You don't, actually. Yeah, so IGN only killed Dante. There's an option to kill both of them. If Dante Caruso is killed, V can loot his revolver, old reliable. After the conversation with Bree Whitney, V can pick up their pistol, risk it from the boxes on the right side of the room. If Bree is killed, V can pick up, risk it from the floor during the conversation with Dante. V can ask Dante for a monetary reward. In order to obtain database C Cynosure Site D closure, or Site D, Bree has to die. V can kill Dante and loot it from Bree's body, or wait for Dante to pick it up, then during his or after his conversation, V can kill Dante and loot the database. Fuck is Cynosure Site D? That's interesting. I don't know what it actually does. I think it's just a flavor item, but it might be something more than that. It doesn't say. But you can actually loot the blueprints for the site that they're actually going to if you kill both of them. I'm not going to do that, but that was actually one of the options, was to kill both of them. I wish I actually said, didn't I? It's like, what happens if I kill Bree now? And then I didn't do it. That was the first time. Huh. Yeah, so one of the options is to kill everyone. And then loot the items. That's interesting, guys. Yeah. So there was a third way. I don't know what that actually does. I'm actually kind of curious if it even matters, but there was a third way there. Usually a third. Sometimes there's 4 ways, too. Usually a third way. I have to take a piss, too, guys. Ah, love it. Voodoo boys now? Yes. Okay. I need to take a piss, guys. I will be right back. One second. Alrighty. That's some mad aggro. Probably hurts. Yeah, I don't think the iconic suicide is working properly. We're gonna change it back. That's broken. So one of the upgrades we got is iconic, and seems to be like it's the iconic suicide, and seems to be doesn't work properly. Ah, you use system collapse to neutralize an enemy netrunner, and it stops him from tracking you. Interesting. We have iconic system collapse now. Suicide's bugged. Doesn't seem to work properly. I have the Raven Microcyber MK3 with a Evolved version of it, so it has 100% spread distance, which some of my hacking abilities will duplicate, and things like Contagion spread super far. It's actually pretty easy to wipe people out just using Contagion. We don't even have Iconic Contagion yet. I'm mainly using this because of the spread distance, though, which is pretty insane. Instantly spreads to all enemies, so there isn't even... you don't have to wait for it to finish uploading before it spreads. When overclock is active, 15% chance for any quick hack to spread to 2 nearby enemies, too. I think it's 65, because then there's a bonus that adds an additional 50%. Good. Prior to that, I was using the one with just more memory on it. Lots of enemies here. C7A, 7A, 7A. Capacity solo. Guys, what do you got for me? Nope. Probably could DE some of my scopes that I have because I haven't done anything with them. Cards from them. Engineer. Like the ketchup mechanic, very helpful for later in the game when you're just trying to, you know, when you want to feel most powerful, right? Grinder here. Probably wonder why I'm writing. Well, it's because you treated me better than most peeps have in my life the past couple of years. Because, well, he kills everyone. Gives me a lot to think about. I would have done in my Starting to think about what I would have done in your place. Probably something different. Probably would have given myself a second chance. Wouldn't have given myself a second chance. By the way, I like all the typos. Like, this totally comes across as this guy trying to type something out that means something to him and run on sentences. Also, been thinking about the stacks. What I did there, you know that. I want to compensate them somehow, partly at least. I can pretend like it's never happened. I can't pretend like it's never happened. You gotta start behaving like a grown-ass fucking man. And it won't change much. I told them he's dead, and he probably should not go there. You gotta do, I'll transfer them some cred, hope we can understand. Do that, they'll know you're alive. They actually tell you, give you the option that you can tell him not to do that. Already sent? Sorry, the fuck is that shit? Already sent, sorry. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh. You know, could have probably done something to mix it up a little bit.
You playing games with him?
Guys. You guys, pardon me. Very poor handling on this car. Why the fuck does he want this? Good old American muscle. Oh my god. I wonder if the patch already happened, because this is a lot longer than... This used to be like a minute and a half or some stupid shit like that.
Note. Try not to ding the ride. Client's a picky one.
Yeah. What? What? Oh. Close. European music, guys. Anyways. Pretty tight timers. This is actually achievable, though. As long as you don't have any major mishaps.
Not gonna lie, V. Think you got a gift.
I do.
My man will take care of the rest.
That's pretty good. That's pretty tight on the timer, too. Netrunner. Nice scopes, if you're actually into scopes. Don't really offer you much in the way of, I mean, what I'm really after is the shards anyways, but don't really offer you anything in the way of melee weapons. Like I said before, we're probably not going to find an upgrade to our weapon. Okay. What do we got now? I do not see any more missions. So we might just go wait and do the main storyline. Do NCPD stuff. Not NCPD gigs or anything like that. 10 completed gigs. On the brat, not a fan of punching. Yeah. Yep, we're just gonna go wait. Excuse you. Excuse you.
All units in the area.
What?
Criminal activity confirmed in Santo Domingo.
What criminal activity?
I repeat, confirmed criminal activity in Santo Domingo.
Oh, that might be criminal activity.
All units be advised. Suspect remains in the vicinity.
Duck.
All units in the area, order has been restored. All units instructed to return to patrol.
Perfect.
All units in the area, reports of additional suspicious activity.
We just ran over someone and got another star again. Running this game definitely does not reward you from running for the cops. It's like next to impossible to outrun them unless you go on the highway. If you just drive fast, more spawn. You just run into more and more and more and they just build up. You have to drive around slow. Play the auras or the circles.
Code 0.
Okay.
I repeat, code 0 in this area. All units resume normal duties.
Sorry, guys.
All units in the area. Criminal activity confirmed in in Santo Domingo.
521 reporting. Sorry, dispatch. Had to take a leak. I'm en route.
Can you still go where you first started? As a nomad, so I started in the desert. Or are you talking about the apartment building? I can go to the apartment building. I haven't, because there's nothing there. Actually, I think there's like some apartment or house building stuff that they did. Nothing I'm really interested in, though. Just don't move. Done. Don't move. There are technically some, like we could do some cyber psychos, I think. Most of the stuff is really low level that I haven't done, which is why I don't really want to do this, because it'll be really weak. It'd be nice if some of the stuff scaled up or they did something to address that, but I don't think they did. It almost feels like they changed the handling on the car. It feels much more squirrely. No, we aren't going to do the car. Yeah, the handling feels much squirrelier. Holy shit. Feels like it's very front heavy. Pretty sure there was a patch or like a hotfix or something. Like maybe 2 days, last 2 days? Maybe today? I don't think the version changed of the game. But like the timer's different, as well as this car handling feels different too. Some of the songs are pretty good, guys. They made it specifically for the game. Mission. God, dude, I barely touch. I think this car just does a shitload of damage when you run into people.
PSA coming your way? Well, for some at least. Got numerous reports coming in about malfunctions appearing in Mr. Studs. And yeah, it's a hot melted junk kind of malfunction. So unless, for whatever reason, you're into scorched sausage, I'd hold off on upgrading your kit till they iron out the kinks.
She's a funny one. See what you did there, guys?
Y'all want some more music? Ash has got you covered.
Imagine if they actually made radio stations for Starfield while you're sitting there exploring. I mean, most people are going to have their own music on anyways, but when you're spending a shitload of time just doing random shit in the universe, it honestly feels like there should be radio stations, right? And there's even a mod for that already, with custom-made content. So, okay. Let's fast forward, since we're out of stuff to do. No music in the future? I mean, I guess. Well, I'm not talking about the sound design. I'm talking about like what you're hearing right now.
Hey, V. Recon's in our rear view now. Get yourself ready and meet me at
Hey, this is actually custom-made music for the game itself to make radio stations. Not talking about the other sounds in the game. Just talking about the stuff they could do. There's actually a radio station mod for the game, too. I saw that right when I was basically done playing the game. Came out. Lots of mods for the game. It's like every new day is a new day for the game. patch day for the game every day. Oh. We just hit him. Fine. You didn't stand in the road, bitch. Relic?
Generators!
Taylor got recruited.
RAM recovery rate by 1%. Oh my god! You camera. Yep.
Yes. V, you're here. It's about time, too. Nearly done finalizing the plan.
Back on the same page, are we?
Not exactly. Brings back a lot of memories, all this. One in particular sticks out. Before NC, we worked in Op in Colombia. Medellin. Song's
Not
first
now,
mission.
Alex. We have enough to do without digging up ancient history.
What happened in Medellin? What was the op there?
We had our sights trained on a guy who sat on the Colombian president's back pocket. Sold him smuggled Corp-Tech.
You saying the FIA pulls strings overseas?
A lot of what we do doesn't get printed in the norm sheets. Anyway, we used stolen identities on that mission too. Things didn't go exactly as planned, but that's a long story.
Think we can spare 60 seconds. Hell, might even learn something about Somi that'll prove useful.
All right. Our person of interest was one Luis Hernandez, arms trading heavyweight. We aim to plant our own SA in his organization. Alex had adopted the identity of an engineer from Hernandez's entourage. She was our ticket in. She walks in to attend a meeting one day. She sees one of Luis's bikini model girlfriends prancing out on her way to walk his Doberman. Spending big money on kitsch luxury. It was kind of his MO.
So what happened?
Well, Somi had put together Hernandez's dossier. Problem was, an important detail slipped through the cracks. The engineer's abject fear of dogs. Cold sweat, shaky hands, soggy pant leg, that kind of fear. When the Doberman sniffed Alex's knee, she pats him on the head and says, "Who's a good boy?" Then, she went to pull up a chair at Hernandez's table. Before she could sit down, they had two barrels to her head and one trained at the base of her spine.
Give you a lot of time for this.
What did you do?
Well, my hands are bound, got a sack on my head. Here a collapsible baton snap into place. Thwack. I did what anyone do in that sitch. I lied my fucking ass off. Don't sit quite straight to this day, though.
Okay, back to Night City, folks. With our sights trained on a new target.
What? That was it? Why does it feel like there's more to that story we didn't get? What was with that QuickTime event, guys? There was a fast event there that was really, really slow. Why? Why? There's probably actually a reason for it. Like, I think you were supposed to let that time out. It was super slow. That was like 2 or 3 times the normal length. 3 times the length?
Huh. Interesting.
What? That's why you pick up that white shit, guys. We just got coordinates for interactions in Dogtown. Yeah. That's a good one.
We've parsed the intel from the shard Somi gave him. It's a solid foundation for the mission we want to run. Surveillance,
You can sit
recon,
down.
data gathering, planning, it's all done. It's high time we righted some wrongs of the past.
Fuck off, Reed. Give it a rest, will ya? Nothing here's your fault. Woman's an adult, made her own decisions. Consequences caught up to
No,
her.
she was manipulated. There was no one around who could have had her back. Here, V. Mission details on this.
Alex nailed it. If anyone's to blame, it's Myers, not you.
You might be right, but so am I. Right, our objective, to free Somi from under Hansen's duress.
Might be right, but so am I.
This ain't a normal rescue op, because...
Can be true.
Well, she's been infected with something from beyond the Black Wall. A consequence of her service to the NUS and President Myers. I'm not about to pretend I understand the tech whys and how. The important thing is, if she doesn't get treatment, it'll kill her.
The cure is an AI that lives on a neural matrix. Hansen possesses said matrix now. We aim to seize it.
Cynosure. Remember I said that one guy had a blueprint for Cynosure?
So this neural matrix, how much do we know?
Experimental tech nested in a mainframe that someone dragged up from deep beneath Dogtown.
Oh my god, don't...
From a bunker,
No.
to be exact. Part of Project Cynosure, a joint U.S. Militech operation mounted in a bid to counter Arasaka's Soul Killer. The Matrix itself is a functional container. It houses an AI from beyond the Black Wall, and its design lets the user deploy the AI for a specific purpose. In our case, to fix you and Songbird.
All right. Plan. Let me hear it.
Hansen to meet with the net runners you already know. The meeting itself is our chance to get close to Song and the Matrix. Hansen hired the French duo because they worked for Militech years back. They know its security protocols inside out.
Also, they're selling Hansen access codes. Handy when Songbird goes to extract the Matrix from the Cynosure mainframe. Hansen's gunning for data from what he knows was a secret Militech NUS research project. He has no idea the neural matrix is in there too. Runners, scans, and behaviorals we have. Now we just need to take those twins out of the equation.
Emmerich and Aurora Cassell. We know anything more beyond what we saw firsthand?
Yep. Songbird put together full profiles for both. Super short brief. They got their start at Militech and dove in deep. That is, till they learned the pay's better on the dark side.
Yeah, I buy that. Sure didn't hide their love of Eddie's.
Mm-hmm. Gonna miss that next paycheck, because they ran into us. We're gonna nab them before they reach Hansen.
So we kidnap them. How we want to do this?
They're driving a rental while in NC, an exploitable opening. We're gonna track their ride and hijack it before they reach Hansen at the stadium. That's where you come in, V. We'll need you to breach the rental firm's tracking system. Alex will fill you in later. Once we have the runners, you'll take their place. The behavioral imprints are tuned already.
And you're rolling all this, Reed?
I'm drawing up your exfil route. Once you complete the mission, you need to get out in a hurry. I'll provide transport, make sure the path's clear and problem-free.
Brings us to the final stage, right? Meeting with Hansen.
Right. Where you'll sell them the access codes to the mainframe. In other words, the key to unlocking your medicine cabinet. One of you will join Somi in the lab to feed in the codes when needed. Hansen's likely to keep the other at his side. Collateral.
I'll stay with Hansen, you'll join Songbird. Once the data floodgates are open, you'll signal me. Gonna disarm Hansen, take him and his guards out.
I'm actually thinking she's gonna fail at that. He'll know.
Hansen and his goons. Aim to handle them on your own?
Can do a lot more than play dress-up, thank you. Plus, element of total surprise in my corner. Still, sweet of you to worry.
Sounds like Flatline and Hansen set in stone.
Order came directly from Myers. Confirmed at this stage. He took a potentially lethal swipe at the president of the NUS.
I don't think it was him.
We have to rescue her. Myers told you as much herself. All clear? If you have any questions, now's the time to ask.
How much have you told Myers? What's she know?
That Somi's fallen into the hands of the man who'd organized the downing of Space Force One.
Is that all?
All for now.
Yeah. That she could have been the one that engineered it and she actually brought down Space One? Yeah. Or that it might not... I don't even think it's either of the two. I think it is Mr. Hands.
We don't have all day.
Main goal. Want to make sure I'm clear.
We're bringing Songbird free from Hansen's iron grip. And seizing tech that's gonna save your lives. You and Alex enter the stadium as Hansen's visiting netrunners. Disguise is our key to the hub.
Things couldn't be clearer. Let's get to work. So, time we talk nabbing the runners?
Cover that in a minute.
And any for your thoughts, Alex? About all this?
Honestly,
Who buzz?
Still wondering why neither of us went back to DC. Not me, not Reed.
They put him to sleep. Saddle you with a Dogtown assignment.
Who are you kidding? Say we disobeyed orders, gone back. A dressing down by some bureaucrat would be the worst we'd have had to endure. Think we were both waiting for something, like the downing of Space Force One.
Oh.
Probably makes us a sad fucking pair of hypocrites.
Predetermined destiny, guys.
Myers doesn't know the deets of this op, does she? Never will. Is that right?
It's not wrong.
So we serve Hansen up on a silver platter. It'll be salutes and handshakes. Shit goes sideways, we're royally fucked.
Welcome to the agency.
You know Reed better than I do. What he thinks. What's his true aim here? Saving So-Mi or carrying out a mission?
Saul imagines he's responsible for her. Always has. Thinks he's responsible for all of us. Hell, even for you, I bet. It's how he keeps his grip on reality. Life. With mixed results, mind you.
And So-Mi?
Same story as always. Dares, lands neck deep in shit, somehow crawls out. Rinse and repeat.
Intercepting the runners. How do we do that?
They're driving a rental. Plans to break into the rental service system. Karen Exotics. Specializes in rare models. Karen has tracking stations around the city. Gain access to those, we find the car easy. There's a station not far, near Pacifica Serenity Bible Church. Check it out.
So, breach the station, trace the car. Good. What then?
Use this little doodad. It'll pop the locks on the doors, let you take complete control from the trunk.
Dunno. Anything goes wrong, I'll be stuck in there.
Suck it up. This is FIA trunk ops, soldier. Seriously though, the tech just works. And we'll have your back the whole way.
Sounds simple enough.
Tech worth tens of thousands can help any plan go off like a dream. When you think you're near a station, scan your surroundings.
Yeah?
They're not concealed. Shouldn't be tough to spot.
Get right on it.
Alright. By the way, why don't fucking animes, voiceover animes, like, some of the voice actors, guys, for these games are actually pretty good. Both the voice actors I actually think are pretty good. And yet, like, animes have absolutely terrible voice actors. No idea why. Ah, there's a new one. New Guns. Huh? Heavy weapon slightly reduces movement speed and jump height. Power sniper rifle. Eh. Also, by the way, I read that there isn't actually any romance options in Phantom Liberty, which is kind of weird. And they don't really continue the romance options you had. They're supposedly they do. I don't know what that's about, though, but really continue the romance options. Romance was always kind of a big part of Cyberpunk. The lewd and romantic side, but in this game, for some reason, they didn't really decide to expand on that at all. I don't know why. Like, that's kind of like the thing is like the adult side to the game, right? The romantic adult side to things, and they don't really have that at all. It's like, besides the one quest with the BD chick, not really XBD chick, not really anything, lewd, super lewd. It seemed like the original game was kind of making fun of other games for not taking on that aspect, and then they just kind of backed off on it. I mean, it makes the game more sellable, don't get me wrong, and I don't need to hide my screen from you guys, but it kind of feels like they kind of missed out on that. I expected romance options with Song Mi. I expected romance options with the President. I also expected romance options with Reed. And, obviously you can pick and choose depending on what your preferences are or whatever, right? And none of them happened. Maybe they even had them. Like, if you guys remember when we were in the apartment with the President, and I was talking about getting in our pants, and then we went outside, and we talked to... Like, it's kind of weird that I actually remember this much dialogue from this game. It's actually that good. But, like, we went out, the interactions are that good. We went out, and we talked to one of the two guys, the two goons we hired, and one of them was like, oh, I'm going to tap that ass. And I thought that was really fucking weird, because it seems like they were actually trying to get you to take on that aspect. Like, it kind of felt like there's kind of like some chemistry going on there, but then there wasn't anything. So maybe at one point they actually decided to scrap it. It's not that hard to add romance options in. It doesn't take much. Romance is easy.
Briefly, V. Netwatch has dispatched a hunter. As the quarry, exercise caution.
Say what?
Bree Whitney sold the Militech's data, then disappeared. Netwatch is now out to wipe anyone who came close to it. Occupational hazard. Take care of yourself.
Well, I mean, I don't mind that, but at least she sold it to Netwatch. Well, yeah, we figured that one out, but we couldn't at the time. Actually, we could at the time based on her apartment, but even if we killed her, as we did, it didn't really matter much. Didn't lead to an outcome that I wanted anyways. It didn't matter. The third outcome is to kill both of them. Yeah. So it said we picked up a shard that added waypoints or something like that. I don't see anything in Dogtown. Exploration. What is this? Just in Dogtown? Huh. Who are these guys? Have these on. Christine? Two of them. Let's go take a look. I remember doing one of these at the beginning of the game. I haven't seen any new ones. The shard we picked up inside, or whatever that was inside of the base there, said it added coordinates to my map. But I haven't seen anything, so I don't know exactly what that means. It might be these green things, it might be something else. You can complete the game quicker with PL. What does PL mean?
How long have you been tracking me?
Remember I talked about these crazy people?
I won't tell anyone.
Yeah, I was complaining about him. Jesus fucking Christ, the fuck is this shit? More and more of them now, too. crazies that actually kind of just do random shit. There's a couple of them, and they seem to be becoming more common. Yeah, get it. Get it. Get it, Dad. You're doing good.
B, heads up. I can't talk long, but 2 things, quickly. First, good news. I managed to upgrade your relic's firmware. You'll see what I mean in a minute. Don't worry, completely painless.
Relic upgraded. How'd you manage it?
Remotely, without my permission?
Tech that advanced.
Let's say I've had extra time on my hands. More than I expected.
Don't worry. We're getting you out of there.
I know.
First, good news, you said. So there a second thing?
Right. It's super important. Stays between us. It's gotta. Proof of my trust. I'm sending you coordinates. Come after dark. We should be able to talk freely.
He's still more than likely bamboozling us.
But see you soon.
Okay. Gave me some relic points. Not really super interested in any, like, they're really, really fucking powerful, but they actually kind of just break builds and they don't seem all that interesting, to be perfectly honest. Okay. Ah. Fast elevator. Bye. Was this the same point from earlier? I think it is. Yeah. What? This is definitely not what I wanted to do. Suicide. Not enough data. Jesus fucking Christ, he's shredding me.
Didn't sign up for this shit!
Dead. Use the grenade launcher more to off-stagger them when I'm trying to make an entrance. I bet you guys thought I was dead. Well, I technically was because I resurrected, but you know, you guys were like, bro, this guy's dead. And I'm like, yeah, maybe I'm dead. And I was like, I'm dead. And then we got back up. We're fine. 7855 FF Sone. By the way, stuff like that helps offset, you know, like if you actually go into a lull where you take you do a mission covertly, and stuff like this, for instance, offsets basically where it doesn't matter what you do. The covert missions. Good. It honestly just looks pretty impressive when you do it. I like melee. Melee in this game pretty fun. Without using Kurskov or whatever the other one is. It's downtime. Flashbacks of Nam, guys. Holy shit, look at this museum we were in earlier? Kind of. Go underground. There's...
An hour. There was a problem at Longshore Stacks. Remember that attack convoy we hit?
I remember. The one when you took a hostage.
Mm-hmm. And now he is gone. Someone released my pet from his cage.
What a city. So unfair.
Like literally right there. Can't move. Stuck between... Oh my god. I guess my, my last stand didn't come back up. I was stuck between barbed wire and the concrete barriers, and I couldn't move even though there's space there. Okay. Well, I guess I didn't save after this point. There's a lot more in there than showed up on the ping, by the way, guys. They only showed like half of them. Not exactly sure what that's about.
Where were you? I have been waiting an hour.
There was a problem at Longshore Stacks. Remember that attack convoy we hit?
I remember. The one when you took a hostage.
Mm-hmm. And now he is gone. Someone released my pet from his cage.
What a city. So unfair. Sorry, Chu.
Killed her instantly. Oh. I'm killing him too fast. I can't execute him. No. Oh, my reload wasn't up. He had no health. If I actually had the talent that allows me to perform executions further away, we could have killed him. I don't. I need to right click and I think I need a dash. A lot. So there's like no real strong guys that are easy to access here. It's a lot of fodder. You guys are so weak. Can't move again. That barbed wire outside is brutal. Anytime there's a collision between stuff on the ground, like height differences, this game does not... One of the things it does not do well is negotiate height differences when you're moving around, especially in combat. You stutter and like bounce into things and bounce off of them and you can't do anything.
I remember. The one when you took a hostage.
Mm-hmm. And now he is...
What?
Do this a different way. Yeah. Big guy. We need to fucking do something about him. Wrong guy. I don't know what's going on here. I don't think my relic's up still. It feels like my relic should be coming up and it's not. There's a lot of fodder there, guys.
Mm-hmm. And now he is good.
Fuck is that? How they detonated. I don't know how I did that. That spread to everyone.
Shit! Now I'll fuck you up!
Fuck is the other guy?
Fuck this!
I can make it commit suicide. I don't know how I killed the mega guy. I don't know where the fuck the mega guy is, guys. What is this HP? I think that's actually probably what did the most damage to me. It wasn't even the big fuck. It was this guy. There it is. Christ. So I don't know, so my contagion can detonate, and that's what happened to the guys in front. They blew up. But the thing is, I don't know how I blew them up, because normally I have to use my rocket launcher to blow them up, and it didn't do that. Somehow they self-detonated, and it killed them. Less swingy swing than normal guys, but sometimes you have to do that. I don't know where the big fuck went. He exploded somehow. Somehow my contagion, you guys saw that, it like mass spread to everyone. Spread to everyone in here. That's pretty insane. Modified Arasaka drone? Terrifying. Gav's got their hand on it too, guys. And there's probably a way to convert it too. If I found the computer for it. Which would have been a shit show. Muffler. Range. Components. F5. Hang on it. It's kind of weird, like they intentionally don't hook up the networks to each other. I don't know why. Sparky! Iconic. 275. Might be better than what I have. Not that I really use it. Oh, stealth ways to come in here, guys. Can be a ninja. We weren't a ninja. How do you disarm mines? I walk into them. That's how I disarm mines, guys. Huh. Doesn't really tell you where these are, guys, unless you, like, stumble, like, literally right on top of them. You just don't really find them at all. And don't really want relic points, but we'll take it. Section. Yep. E9, 1C, BD, 1C. Oh, shit. We are encumbered, guys. Wait. Points. Even if we put points in here, we aren't going to be able to get body 20 in one more level. Aw. Bunch of relic points, and I don't want to spend them on anything. It doesn't solve for particular builds. It makes a new way to play the game, or like this is good for shooting and this is good for stealth. And these are like, hey, if you use these weapons, you're good at them, but then you can't use other weapons. Makes them less useful. The iconic weapons, guys, running out of space. Show me my weight? Where is my weight? Where the fuck do you even see your weight, guys? Your carry capacity. Okay. Currently at 3.1. We definitely have to revisit the Cyberdock at max level. Make that get under wraps. Download more RAM. Well, you can download more RAM. We have the RAM upgrade already. See? I downloaded more RAM. Might actually be more beneficial now to use the heal over time with Adrenaline Rush. No, it doesn't. I don't think it's a percent of your heal. Kinda is. Maybe it'd be useful. Yeah, I think we might switch to heal over time. I think heal over time's better now. And we won't oscillate as hard. Yeah, they really fucking hide this shit. I don't know what happens, by the way, if you max out your Militech. I assume something happens if you choose to or not to use Militech in the relic tree. Well, there's an absolute boatload of weapons here, guys. You need weapons. There really isn't any shortage of weapons in the expansion, that's for sure. What's going on here, guys? That's a something. Developer's trying to distract me with the loot drop. It kind of feels that way. Ah, they love the bathrooms. This is fucking huge. Another way in. What was going on upstairs on the side there? I think I found everything. There's still something. Even when you think you found it all, guys, there's still something there. What is this? Where we found the Brazilian agent? Rats. Blazer.
Keep it down, will ya? Oh, my head's about to burst after boosting that shit last night.
You think that's bad? When I tried that Dogtown shit, I got so spaced out and paranoid. I tried to couch my life out with a spoon.
Yeah. Back in dealers wanted the customers to return money and nothing but fun.
I like to punish bad boys.
Okay. Good. Oh, they really... Yeah, we don't have double jump. I don't know if double jump would help us here.
What the?
Likes to punish bad boys. He said so. That's a something. There's a something here, guys. I feel it in my looting bones. Know it. I know there's something here.
Ugh.
Automatic Mod 2. Iconic chainsword. Unsettling noises this weapon produces, alerts enemies and causes civilians to flee in panic, which is actually pretty cool, but very unwieldy to use. We've used one already. Ah, it's just someone's head sitting here. Guys, might be a quest that we have to use to get that to open that up. Maybe I'm supposed to talk with them? That'd be unfortunate. They didn't have an affiliation, which is kind of weird. Because they're definitely guarding the place. Pretty sure they would have just aggroed to us, though. Yeah, well. I don't know what that's about. Our transport's gone now. So I don't know if we're supposed to meet Songbird first or if we're supposed to go to the tracking stations first. Choices. BD1C 55 FF 55. Hack system collapse. We're still missing some of the quick hacks that we need of the iconic variety. Perhaps we already have. We're missing contagion. That is broken. Ping we really need. Ping for some reason does not exist here. Sometimes it's hiding in your crafting. Yep. Still made the mod from the Chimera, and that's purely because it doesn't really... Can't slot it. We can't put it in our sword. So... I guess we'll... What's going on with this quest here? We have this still. Jobs for Mr. Hands, which I don't think we even have yet. I don't know if we meet with Songbird, it stops us from doing the other parts of tracking station for the twins. I think we're going to try meeting Songbird and see if this fucks up this other part. And if it fucks up the other part, we aren't going to meet Songbird. It doesn't really make clear what the difference is between the two quests or if they actually interfere with each other. What the fuck is that shit? I actually wonder if I ditch the vehicle, if they still and take up a different vehicle matters. Motorcycles are so hard to get away from. Alright, let's see what happens here, guys. I didn't save. Shit.
Well, here we are. You
Gonna
and me,
Judy me?
face to face.
Sure we're alone. Wouldn't want any unpleasant surprises.
No surprises. Except maybe you're already one of us. Don't trust a soul.
Well, you did that to us. She's gaslighting super fucking hard here,
Spot.
guys.
Didn't pick it at random, I guess.
Guessed right. Wanted to show you something. Means a lot to me. Could help put some things in perspective. And it means I trust you.
Well, I already know I can't romance you. So, you know, you can't use your womanly wiles on me.
So what's so special about this place?
Lived just 2 blocks off while I was here
And?
at NC on assignment. Locals come here after sunset. Fire up grills, crack open beers, talk about nothing in particular.
Why is she talking to me through the relic? I mean, obviously, it looks like she's not
Swing
here.
by here come evening sometimes. All of it, every inch is special. Reminds me of Brooklyn. Actually from there.
Wouldn't mind hearing about it. Brooklyn.
Got this memory. It was the night before I raided a Militech data fort. I'm sitting out on my fire escape. Just lit a J. Down on the street, I see a party starting. There's playful screams and laughter. Someone's blasting funk from their stoop. I hear Willie too. Sells the best scoff dogs around. He's shit-talking one of his chooms. And there's bonfire smoke in the air. Safe. Familiar.
Were they celebrating something?
Yeah. A Thursday.
Yeah, know the feeling.
Got a place you hold close to your heart too?
Not a place. That was always changing. But people, sure. Memories of home. Yearning to go back.
Can't rewind the clock, V. By the time you realize you missed something, it's usually too late. Suppose we should get back to the here and now.
Songbird, need you to be straight with me.
I helped Hansen spring the trap on Myers. Mayan did the deal in exchange for the neural matrix. I downed the plane, deliver Myers, yes. But blast her out of the sky, then hunt her down? Wasn't what we agreed.
You betrayed her.
Not just her.
How else are you gonna down the plane?
Nothing went according to plan. What a fucking mess.
Sent Myers' entire flight crew to an early grave. Myers herself too, almost.
Ground the plane. That was the plan. Didn't expect he'd blow it to shit. Not much of an excuse, I know.
So it isn't Mr. Hands, it's her. Because she's... I mean, there isn't any other way you can read that at this point.
So what was your plan?
For you to rescue Myers while I secured the AI Matrix, and for us to run. All before Kurt caught on. Now Hansen's changed the terms of our deal. They'll make him answer for the attack. He knows that, so he's covering his ass. The one thing he doesn't know is what's on the Cynosure mainframe. He's hoping it's data he can use as leverage against the NUS. Says that's my ticket to freedom, but soon as he gets his hands on it, I'm dead. I just know it. I fucked everything up, I know, V. But I had no choice.
Still don't understand why. Wasn't any other way, honestly.
Wouldn't have resorted to this, if there was. For Myers, the NUSA, I'm just another weapon in their arsenal. A tool for reaching beyond the Black Wall. And weapons and tools, They don't get to make decisions or choose to retire.
Sounds painfully familiar. I think I know how you feel.
I doubt anyone understands this feeling as well as you do, V. You're the only one I can trust with this.
Kind of weird we don't get more Johnny action.
The question is, after everything you just heard, feel the same way about me?
Why not just go home?
My home burned down when I was forced to trade warm Brooklyn brick for sterile Washington walls. I have nowhere to go back to.
I want to ask, actually, what happened exactly? You know, when you reached past the black wall.
Know the feeling when you try to remember the address of a place you lived half your life, but it just turns up blank?
Mean losing your memory?
A snowflake lands on my glove. I can calculate its unique fractal structure. But what did my mom's voice sound like? Sometimes I lose control. Or get the sense I'm surrendering to someone else. But it feels horrible.
Felt it too, with the Chimera. Like a living nightmare.
Yeah. More and more, I get the sense someone's standing behind me. But there's never anyone there.
Al Cunningham or whatever her name is? That we turned into an AI or became an AI? Alt Cunningham. There we go.
Don't trust Reed? Guy wants to save your life.
Mm-hmm. He saved me once already.
She saved him
Word of the
too.
boss shit on Militech crossed his desk, so he knocked on a 19-year-old girl's door with an offer she couldn't refuse.
Join and serve or become a Netwatch trophy.
That girl died that day. The person in front of you is what was born from that death. Of course, Reed, he died too. Just more recently. 7 years ago. The NUS issued his death sentence, yet he serves the country to this day, clinging to something that's lost all meaning to me.
Roman Empire?
Feeling this is the first time you've been honest with me.
Yeah, with you and myself. I need to get away. From Kurt, the NUSA, Reed, from everything.
Speaking of, out of everybody out there, you saw Hansen as a trusty ally. Seriously?
I needed someone who could tear me from Myers' grip. I knew him from my time in Night City when I was posted here.
Took a steep risk, all right. And a plain gonk one at that.
That's why I enlisted you, too.
Night City's just a pit stop along your escape route. That was always the plan, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's just... things got complicated. Messy. Certainly didn't expect my old agency chooms to get involved. Or to find myself caged by Kurt. I'm fleeing, V. Gotta get out. And to do that, I need you. 'Cause you know how it is.
How am I to know this isn't an elaborate con? Be nice to have some kind of guarantee.
I can't give you one, sorry. But I've shown you my trust. I mean, you're free to sell me out to Reed, right? Or trust me enough to save us both. No guarantee for either of us.
Gambit.
Fair deal, I say.
Okay. Say I believe you. What's the next step?
We go through with the mission, grab the neural matrix. While Reed and Alex grapple with Hansen, we make our getaway.
then?
You helped me skip town. I already cut a deal with the Black Clinic far, far from Night City. There, the Rippers
Black
can
Clinic.
access the Matrix and use an algorithm to create a prototype of our cure. They'll need me present to run their tests. The moment they're finished, I'll send word. And that's it. Everything.
So we trust
Go wait off
Song
my
B, or
shoulders,
we go with
honestly.
Reed's plan?
Now I have to ask. You're in this because you understand me? Or because I promised to save your life?
We do both? What does yes answer to? Gotta love when people answer an or question with a yes or a no. Like, I honestly just want to hear the dialogue behind yes. What does yes even mean? What does yes mean? Yes because I promised to save your life, or yes because you're in this, understand me? Or is it intentionally supposed to be vague like that?
Should be pretty clear. I mean to survive, too.
I appreciate your honesty. I guess that's all. I suppose you should call Reed. Let him know all set for the meet with Hansen.
Yep. And destroy my braid done. Access the tracking station. Call Reed. We'll actually get on top of the thing at some point. Probably.
B, status report.
Reed, hey, I'm Nova. Thanks. How are you?
Put a cold beer in front of me once this is all over. Then we'll have time to chat. For now, fill me in on what you managed to get done.
So Me contacted me. Got news.
Let me hear it.
Well, first off, we've been greenlit. Our VIPs ready to be served.
Music to my ears. What else?
Songbird opened up a bit about her sitch. It's looking bad. Real bad. His tech's her only shot.
I hear you. I do. All the more reason to focus on the mission in front of us. Get our hands on that cure.
But Reed, what So Me spilled, we really need to talk.
I know, but later.
Pretty sure that bar, by the way, is 3/4 the size of it actually shows.
Get to work. We'll go from there. Once you get the encryption key from their system, let me know immediately.
Even though it looks like you hit it, you don't. Okay, what else we got going on here? We got the main storyline. I'm sure that's going to be an in-depth thing. Let's go take a look at this guy. Other one of these that we didn't go to. I think this may even be what those data shards are that we picked up. Oh. Drive you later, bub. It actually kind of seems like the supply drops have become more and more rare. I wonder if that has to do with like us maxing out, getting close to max level. Those should be like shards we have to pick up though.
pas Belgique. On t'a dit où mettre tes têtes ensemble à baguette tapée.
Se ouvir, sabe? Belgium. It's clean. Quem já vai ter pouco?
I thought that was the hacker. Okay. A lot of guys in here again. Run her down. Oh my god. What the fuck? She's committing suicide. The fuck is going on there? God. Dude. Oh, she's an elite. Can't actually use my... Go. God, they fucking die too fast. Dead. Ooh. There's a lot of elites in there, and if you don't actually get around the side, like, I didn't want to go into those rooms because those rooms guaranteed had turrets in them, which they did have turrets in them. I don't know what actually detonates it. Something detonated. Again, sometimes it occasionally happens. Christ. That her? No. Her is her. Fuck me. Fucking cancel the suicide. Where the fuck did that go? If I shoot her directly, she eats the rockets somehow. Christ. It wasn't just her, there's actually a pretty good setup in here to fuck you. Iconic Contagion, that's good. Cash access card. Gao. Axe. Okay. Good. Well, that was a good one. Shard. Does not give me the shard. Does not give me the conversation. A lot going on in here, guys. Weeded them out, killed them with Contagion, then I was using my rocket launcher to explode Contagion. For some reason I had to shoot around her because she was eating the rockets. I don't know how. God, all the Euro dollars. There's so many. You should pick them up. Has a lot of Euro dollars in it. Looks like we have upgraded Contagion, maybe. Option to access the panel, and now it's gone? What happened there, guys? No way, the only thing in here was 7,000. Probably coming back in. Pretty sure I saw you could access the council here, and now that's gone. Go. Still alive. She might still be alive here. Try this again, guys. Maybe not. Maybe I was just looking at the yellow thing. Raven Microcyber MK3. We already have this. Only we have an MK... 5++. Better, it's not iconic or anything. Heard relic sounds earlier too. Do the downstairs first. Okay. BDFF BD55. Well, so I don't forget about it. Picked up agent, or we got the crafting recipe for it. I think it's crafting recipe. Onic contagion, yes please. Looks like it does absolutely nothing different than the one we have. Anyways, it's either a bug or doesn't actually do anything different. Like I said, it looks like they actually need to make like a final balancing pass in the game, and they didn't do that, and they have time. Quick hacks are messed up, for instance. Suicide being one of them. 10 RAM cost, guys, don't worry. Doesn't say it does anything different. Oh, same cost, we'll just use it anyways. Probably does something different. You can't see it. Sometimes it's the screen's bug, sometimes the menu's bug, sometimes it's both. Sometimes it's just worse, like Suicide's, Iconic Suicide's just worse. Give you the discount properly. Quaint little building here. Definitely could do this stealth. There's so many things to do this stealthily. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Look at all the options they have in here for distractables, explodables, hiding bodies. They're walking over here. Talking to me, guys. I'm not going crazy, don't worry. I wonder if at the end of this you're supposed to literally get Militech for all the relic response on your inventory. Relic station? Turned off the fucking cameras. Panel. Lots of stuff in here again. Yep. E9, 1C, 1C, FF. Aw. Oh, we turned him off at the laptop. Octant drone, modified drone, Voodoo Boy, modified drone, increased scanning range. Converted both those? We might not have. You see what all the fuss is about? Yeah. Last one of these had a building attached too, but there wasn't anything there. Anything we could access. Also, 9s on it. Can't access it. Ah, this is just like the other place where it was just walled off and there was no way to actually get in there. Huh. Okay. Sounds like a cyber psycho's in there. Maybe that's something we do later. Oh, I fell on someone! Yeah, well, there's that. It's another building, guys, that's connected. Andrew Newman. Someone that's crazy? Must be a cyber psycho. Doesn't show up on the map. Not him making the sound? It is him. Cyberware capacity shard. It was green though. I don't fucking look for. Oh my god, guys. There's shards that are green. I thought they're only purple. Jesus Christ. Well? Even after he's dead, he's still giggling. Analyze it. There we go. You're needed. A little more pleasant mattresses or couches. A technique of fertilizer toxic may impair perception. Got high on fertilizer? Guys. Guys, also, I don't know why he's yellow. Not anymore. You know what we're gonna do with Mr. Giggles, guys? Mr. Giggles doesn't even have a head anymore, mind you. How can we not find, dumpsters? Peace and quiet. Ah, much better. Well, that's how you take care of the voices in your head, guys. You put them in the dumpster. I have to look for skill shards that are green now, too? Oh my god. Alright, well, we took care of that. That makes me wonder if at the other location there was actually more there, but we couldn't get into the building like another Cyber Psycho. We couldn't figure out how to get in. There was like no way to get in, though. It was literally just... Vent is right here. There's 2 entrances, and neither one we could actually access. Probably makes me wonder now if there was a way to access it. Ah, the ringtone song. We grabbed the Militech? We did grab the Militech, didn't we? Flashbang. Hey guys, what's going on up here? There we go. Nice.
Watch out!
Better. There is a distinct lack of oranges here, though, guys. What is this? What is this filth you bring me? We even converted one of the... like, both of the elites. We converted them, and... oh, they died, like, instantly. Okay. 1C E9 7ABD. Oh. Pressure. Opponent skill shard.
Everything that happens in a flash, but I'm fully upgraded and equipped to handle business. I know this billing blood is the price for lavish living. Enticed by these neon lights, I chose my life on the warpath to fortune through the city of the night. You can try to live different, but no matter the district, everywhere you go, somebody wants your ending. Through my corrosives, all you see is nice city streets. It's a deadly game playing in the major leagues. Through my corrosives, all you see is nice city streets. Wanna make it to the top, you gotta play for keeps. Through my corrosives, all you see is nice city streets. It's a deadly game playing in the major leagues. Through my corrosives, all you see is nice city streets. Wanna make it to the top, you gotta play for keeps.
Yeah? Ready. 5555 1CE9FF. Huh. There, FFFFE9BD. I believe this is the building we were in earlier. We went off the top left side over there. I remember leaving loot behind, notes. But yeah. Stuff, don't care, not iconic, don't care. So we went up here, and we came out on the side here. This, and we couldn't open this up. This looks like it's cracked now. The fuck is this? I remember seeing it cracked open. You can just punch it open. Probably like one of these things where there's like you have to inspect it, like with your camera, you scan it, and then it reveals a yellow area. I'm just reading too much into this. Could be someplace you can purchase too. This might be an apartment. I don't see anything down here. I didn't see a way to get on top of the building either. Might be way in from the top. Going around the side, found an iconic chainsword. And it's like they wanted you to go over there too, because it was connected to the building by like a bombed pathway, like the last place we just went to. But there is a little thing to open, a corridor to open it. Probably should save before I die horribly somehow. Like, it looks like they actively are trying to stop you from jumping on it, dude. Look, there's barbed wire on this fence, too. Barbed wire is like it's like a mechanic you can't actually deal with. It just pushes you back, so you can't actually jump on it. Pretty sure there's something in there. Pretty sure that's a something. Thing. Can we go around the back? What's the back side here? Around the backside.
Come out. Let's talk.
Huh? Whole area is like walled off. Oh, want to see my dick? Secrets, guys. So, where the fuck did it drop? I heard it drop.
Don't escape me. Waste of time.
Is that just another way to get out of this area? That might be a way to get out of the dungeon over here. I didn't even realize we're already over at the quest objective. We aren't at the quest objective. What the fuck's in front of me then? That. We're nowhere close to the quest objective. Oh, it's showing an elevator or something. This then. No airdrop. Okay. He was on my side.
That running fucker!
Got it. And they're all dead. Ooh. They're all dead.
Come on! What they paying you for?
Oh, they're all dead. That's actually a pretty cool looking outfit. They're armed with white weapons. Okay. Alright there. Nice. This was the airdrop. It wasn't showing the smoke for some reason. Not why we're over here, by the way. So the greens can be skill shards, and we have to look for that now. Use you. Yeah. This is just open. Interesting. Carry shard, headhunter. Okay, so the whole reason we're over here wasn't actually the airdrop, but it conveniently was here. Okay. Really don't want you to go around the side of that building. Like, this whole area is just walled off. What is that? Could be for a later quest, guys, in the game. And, like, I'm just looking into something that has no meaning to me right now. Yeah, double jump. Okay, it looks like there's a walkway along the side there, and this other fence right here is not actually completely fenced up. At one side of that building, guys, they don't want you to go outside of these buildings here for some reason on the other side. Barbed wire, though. Oh. Ah, okay. That has an invisible wall on it. I can't actually get in there. I believe there's a mod that's supposed to make running more fluid too, so you don't bump into stuff and stop running constantly. Definitely feels like I bumped on something or bumped against something, not the fence, and it pushed me off. Could be something that's not, you're not supposed to access that. Ah, this is the locker. We opened that locker too, which was interesting.
Don't come any closer.
Okay. Just bugging me, guys. I know there's something here. I don't... But it's might... Like I said, it might not even be something that's usable right now. Like, I'm pretty sure we couldn't get out the backside of this building here. Another one of the crime spots. High criminal activity spots. This is the backside of the building, which we can't get out of. Oh, maybe you can push the boxes, like in the other place? Looked in here, there wasn't anything in here. Farewell. Super secret parkour. That door definitely looks sus right there. That looks like a something. Cyber Psycho's talking to me? What is... It specifically made this so you can't jump on top of it either. And I'm pretty sure even if I had double jump, I couldn't actually scale this. Going back there. But it has the best view! Seems like it stops down here. So second level, maybe? It honestly seems like it's coming from the shuttle. Is this supposed to be like an announcement because it's like a museum? I don't hear anything up here. It is the move. It is a museum. It's talking about an orbital something, which is probably the shuttle, whatever the fuck that is. Okay. I'm listening to voices thinking they're psychos, and it's not. It's just the fucking announcer. This still. Pretty sure. We get in there somehow, and it has something to do with this back area, which we can't access right now. Whatever. I don't know what's going on here. Still have no idea, guys. That's weird. There's something here. We were in there so long, another package dropped. Okay. Nothing like spending 40 minutes looking at a museum that has nothing in it. Well, probably has something in it, but nothing I can access. About to level up, by the way. Going too fast, guys.
Hacks! Watch out! Jesus!
True. He is correct. It is hacks. And level 60, guys. Oh my god, max level. Here and now, max level, guys. Words and stuff and things and stuff and words. Really changed much. I thought there was going to be like a notification or something besides you just leveled up. Here there will be, just not yet. Yep. Alrighty. FFE9BDBD. What I like doing is not seeding. You have to go through like 2. Actually get the ones you need. It's easy if you have to go through like a starting point to get off the first area. The top row. Capacity. Wow. Okay. So we did all the extra areas in here. We found some high crime areas, which I guess are something new. I haven't seen those before. We did those today. Tonight, guys, we're going to continue on with the main storyline. Hard to drive, by the way. Tonight, guys, we're going to go on with the main storyline. I think we're going to call things here for this evening. Got further along in the DLC. We'll be doing gigs as they pop up. We're still missing some, so we'll just keep pounding through the main storyline as it comes along. If there's nothing else to do, it's not really worth doing other stuff in Night City. Maybe the cyber psychos, but for the most part, everything is low level, and as such, it's not a challenge at all. It's just basically pointless doing it. Now that we're max level 2, not exactly sure what we're supposed to do. If it changes anything or not, it kind of doesn't look like it does. We have 3 more points. That's not enough to get pain to gain. Plus 20% health item recharge after neutralizing an enemy. That'd be great. Yeah, we basically need to somehow get 2 attribute points that are not from leveling. And sometimes they exist in the game, but we have nothing. Really interested in getting anything in coolant. Perk points too. We could go into reflexes and get the higher level of dashing. That is 6 points right here. Between tailwind, aero acrobat, and aerodynamic. I think what they want you to try and do is double jump into the air, then you dash, and you try to air dash to the target through the air. Land on them, which actually would be pretty cool, but if I have to use, like if I have to set up for a strong attack to dash to a target, then I can't block. Means they take a shitload of damage and usually die. Not using my block, I die. Pretty happy with their build though, regardless. Bleeding increases dismemberment chance. One of the reasons we're using our current weapon is because it causes bleeding. Have some. We're off to do cyberware tonight too. In order to fill up our edge runner gauge again. I guess this is most. You think the gauge would fill to maximum, right? Like this is out at 1500. This only goes up to 288 instead of maximum cyberware. Maybe there's something we can get that can do that, but that basically means we have. Technically, our arms aren't even using 16 points, particularly because of 8 cyberware here, but. Yeah, so this means we have 22 cyberware available. Put into something. Need to up so we get Fury Chance up there too. We'll do this all tonight though, guys. Alrighty. We're gonna call things here for this morning, guys. If you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed watching the storyline unfold, make sure to hit the follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, as well as YouTube Live every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so about 11 p.m. Central Standard Time to 4 a.m., give or take. It depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Things have been pushed back rather far as of recently. That's due to Starfield, and now Cyberpunk has been messing with my sleep schedule. So, yeah, tonight, guys, more Cyberpunk. Have to rectify my sleep schedule at some point here, too. Alright, guys, I'm out of here for this morning, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Sunday morning. Have a good day, guys.